never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News. I'm Ryan Daniels. Another race against the government shutdown clock, but this time it's all in an effort to fund the government long term. Lawmakers are working to pass an omnibus spending package as government funding will run dry Friday night. Republican Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell says GOP lawmakers don't like seeing legislative pork in the package, but he believes the provisions appropriating money for the military are vital.
That's what Senator Shelby and Leahy have given us the opportunity to achieve. Make good on our commitments in the NDAA by following through with actual funding.
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer.
Just as both parties cooperated on bipartisan achievements like CHIPS, gun safety, veterans benefits, respect for marriage, and so much more, let's finish this session by passing an omnibus by working together in good faith.
Schumer said negotiations are heading in the right direction, but Congress must wrap up the process before the end of the week. The 1-6 committee in Congress, in lieu of releasing its final report, voting to send recommendations for criminal charges to the Justice Department.
They issued 4 criminal referrals of President Trump to the Department of Justice that include obstructing an official proceeding, conspiracy to defraud the U.S. government, conspiracy to make a false statement, and aiding an insurrection. Constitutional expert, attorney, and legal scholar at George Washington University, Jonathan Turley on Fox News believes the charges will not pass muster.
But if I were defense counsel for President Trump, my eyes would still remain fixed on Mar-a-Lago. I just don't see this as much of a threat of something that could be actually defended at trial or on appeal.
The choices are a criminal prosecution, do nothing at all and leave it unresolved, or announce the DOJ will not pursue charges. I'm Lance Pry.
This is USA News.
With PatriotSoftware.com, accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
Mike Capel here, serial entrepreneur with words from another happy payroll customer.
Well, it's very easy to use. From the login and the setup was extremely easy. I didn't have to call anyone for help. I was able to do it on my own. And I love the fact that I can run my payroll and print my pay stubs and then you guys do all of the filing for me. So I get a quarterly report that everything's been filed on my behalf, and then at the end of the year I can print out my W-2s. So I use you guys. I tell everybody, it's the easiest thing I've ever done. Why anybody doesn't use y'all, I don't know.
Visit us at PatriotSoftware.com. Use promo code RADIO and get 2 months of payroll free. That's PatriotSoftware.com.
With PatriotSoftware.com, accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
The U.S. Supreme Court steps in, preventing an end to the Trump and pandemic-era Title 42 authority at the southern border. It will remain in place for now, but locals near the border continue to take precautions. The mayor of El Paso, Texas, declaring a local emergency as the humanitarian crisis continues to unfold.
Mayor Oscar Leeser took action because of the rising number of migrants having to sleep outside. Leeser said this will provide the city with more resources to help the migrants coming into El Paso. City leaders are also expecting millions of dollars from the federal government to help with the crisis. Title 42 is a Trump-era public health rule that has been used to expedite deportations. I'm Tyler Kuehl.
Harvey Weinstein is guilty of sex assault in Southern California. A jury in Los Angeles says the disgraced movie producer attacked a woman in the L.A. area. California Governor Gavin Newsom's wife, Jennifer Siebel Newsom, one of the women whose accusations ended with a hung jury in the case. Weinstein was previously convicted of similar charges in New York. And a group of more than 24 governors is calling on President Biden to end a pair of emergency declarations for COVID-19. 25 governors, including Florida's Ron DeSantis and Texas' Greg Abbott, signing and sending a letter to Biden. They asked the president to end both the national emergency for COVID and public health emergency that were declared during the pandemic. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Microphone, lights, cameras, action, and we're off. Oh my, cannot believe it's already that time again. All right. New week underway. Close out a Monday. We will work our way into a Tuesday, 20th day of December. Do that math, yeah. Christmas week, here it is, counting down to Christmas weekend. Hi there, welcome in, welcome aboard as we kick off the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. Yeah, a little bit of thin cloud cover, but not seeing a whole lot of stars. 24 outside the secret bunker. which normally I'd say that's pretty darn cold. But based on what's coming our way in a few days, it would almost be like a heat wave. Ah, yes, we've got the full breakdown. You know, it was right about this time last week. Started getting the first reports. I remember sharing it said, hey, we're going to give you plenty of advance notice because, inquiring minds want to know. There's going to be a really cold air mass overtaking North America next week. Again, this is 1 week ago. What we did not know at that time was, would there be possibly a storm, aka precipitation, associated with or ahead of that really cold Arctic, truly Arctic, the Siberian air mass. A lot has changed since those first reports of the Arctic outbreak. Indeed, the Arctic outbreak is still on the slate. But what has changed pretty dramatically is leading up to that really Arctic air mass is what is now looking to be a really extensive snowstorm that's going to shut down parts of the Midwest and, for the eastern two-thirds of the country, getting ready for the really cold, some of the coldest air we have seen probably in decades. And we're going to be talking everything from a blizzard in the Midwest to heavy rain, maybe some spotty snow, followed by a rapid freeze-up way into the south and eastern portions of the country. And that's going to mean horrible travel conditions across a huge chunk of the country, just in time for some of the busiest travel leading up to Christmas weekend. Might as well just dive right into it because we have a lot more info now as we head into a Tuesday. By the time we get into Thursday, Friday, big-time snows are going to be unfolding across the country. So let's tell you how the models are beginning to come into more of an agreement as to who is going to see what. An extensive snowstorm set to unfold across the Midwest and the Northeast this week. Timing, it couldn't really be any worse as millions are rushing to finish up their shopping or head out on holiday travels. Be quite honest, for those last-minute shoppers, if you were one of those thinking, well, I've still got, till Friday, Saturday to maybe do some last-minute shopping, there's going to be a large part of the country, you're probably not going to be able to do that. They're actually advising if you have errands to run, things you need to do. Everybody's got to stock up on milk and bread, right? Because that's what you'll need to survive your Christmas weekend. Get those things done over the next couple of days. The time frame, December 23rd. Through January the 2nd. Big travel time. AAA, it's the first I've seen of the numbers. 112+ million people are expected to travel more than 50 miles from home. But the millions take into the roads, and the skies are going to face some big trouble from Old Man Winter. Air travelers, oh my, for those who have air reservations, pity the fool. I feel for you because there's going to be incredible airline disruptions. People are going to be, undoubtedly finding themselves sleeping at the airport. Kind of think back to Steve Martin in Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. I just can't get home no matter how hard I try, right? Winter officially begins on Wednesday. It seems the atmosphere will waste no time sending out a reminder that a new season will be underway as what may become one of the most potent storms of the season is poised to disrupt or maybe shut down holiday travel in multiple states. 2/3 of the nation's flights, according to AccuWeather, are likely to be impacted by this major storm Thursday and Friday. Several major hubs, including Chicago, Detroit, and New York City are all in the path of the storm and will face significant disruptions, which leads to ripple effect delays affecting aircraft and crews nationwide. Let's first take a look at the wintry side of this storm that may shut down travel in the Midwest. From Thursday to Friday, the central barometric pressure of this storm has the potential to crash as fast as some hurricanes that undergo rapid intensification. As that pressure plummets, winds will rush in and swirl at high speeds around the storm center. Those winds will allow moisture to be drawn in from the Gulf of Mexico as well as the Atlantic, the cold air being dragged southeastward from the Arctic. The result will be nothing short of blizzard conditions in many Midwest states. We're talking from Illinois, Indiana, Michigan, Wisconsin, Iowa, Kansas, Nebraska, Missouri. A blizzard, officially defined by the National Weather Service as blowing or falling snow, winds of at least 35 miles per hour, reducing visibility to a quarter of a mile or less for at least 3 consecutive hours. Now, we are still a couple days away. The exact track of the storm will determine who ends up in the middle of the blizzard. But the energy poised to spin up this storm in the central U.S. about midweek is located off the coast of British Columbia right now. Just north and west of the storm track, there's the potential for 6 to 12 inches of powdery snow to fall, being pushed around by high-velocity winds. In other words, lots of blowing and drifting. Travel could be totally shut down in Chicago by this storm by late Thursday into Friday. A number of major Midwestern cities will be at risk from the worst impacts, including high winds and a rapid freeze-up. On top of Chicago, some other cities where travel will become difficult and dangerous Thursday into Friday will include Milwaukee, Detroit, St. Louis, Indianapolis, Indiana. And it's not just during the storm when conditions are going to be bad. Frigid air, the ongoing gusty winds blowing and drifting snow, and hard-packed snow and ice on the roads will continue to make for horrendous travel conditions on Christmas Eve and maybe on into Christmas Day across much of the Midwest. High winds and temperatures plunging into the 20s, the teens, and eventually the single digits during this storm can result in life-threatening conditions for motorists that become stranded on the highways in the Midwest. Wind chills during and after the storm are going to be well below zero for many areas. As locations in the Midwest end up with blizzard conditions, half the nation is likely to experience the direct effects of this storm. Even in the South and eventually the Northeast, there's a long list of cities and major highways stretching from the Dakotas to Oklahoma, eastward to Georgia, all the way up into Maine, where plummeting temperatures, a period of snow, and a freeze-up will make for difficult and dangerous travel across a large stretch of I-40, maybe as far south as portions of I-20 in the south central and southeastern states. There's going to be a bit of snow and maybe some sleet that may briefly melt and then freeze on the roads as that Arctic air sweeps in between Wednesday night and Friday. The patchy snow and ice could develop across a large area, covering portions of Oklahoma, Arkansas, Tennessee, Kentucky. Wintry weather will expand into the northern portions of Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, and western portions of North Carolina, as well as Virginia. A slew of hazards will be in the offing for the Northeast. If you love the snow, snow lovers may cringe. Travelers may breathe a sigh of relief at the forecast for rain from Washington, D.C. to Philadelphia, on up New York City and Boston. But the impending storm is still going to cause some trouble as rain spreads over the region Thursday night into Saturday. Cold air at the onset of the storm leads to a period of snow or a wintry mix over the central Appalachians into interior New England. But as the storm strengthens, the warmer air sweeps in. Windswept rain adds to the woes of ponding water on the highways. Strong onshore winds may lead to some coastal flooding in the mid-Atlantic and New England, but eventually the cold air does move in. A strong cold front. The skies will clear. The roads will probably dry off in most cases along the I-95 corridor from late Friday into Saturday. Still could see some patches of ice as those temperatures do begin to plummet. Winds will be a big-time problem. More than 24 states east of the Rockies may experience winds topping 50 miles per hour from this storm, not only raising the risk of power outages, but also wreaking havoc with departing and arriving flights. And, of course, for those of you driving truck, you're in what they call high-profile vehicles on the roads. And portions of the southern plains, the Great Lakes, the Northeast, AccuWeather tells us wind gusts could reach 80 miles per hour. Winds can be strong enough to obviously knock over trees, lead to property damage. Holiday decorations and trash cans can be blown away. Around the Great Lakes, the powerful winds will create freezing spray and flooding along the shoreline there. The cold air sweeping in behind this storm will be brutal, folks, potentially life-threatening in some cases, especially for those with respiratory or cardiac issues. It's all going to be highlighting the risk of frostbite and hypothermia if you do not dress properly when going outdoors. This is where AccuWeather forecasters say we strongly urge people to run errands and do travel ahead of this storm if possible. Conditions are going to be much more favorable for the central and eastern portions of the country between now and through much of the east right on through Wednesday. So today and Wednesday, it's get her done time, as they say, before it's the calm before the storm, you might say. All right, meanwhile, just how cold is it going to get? We're talking those 50 below and even colder in some cases, wind chills and actual air temperatures, maybe in the 30 to 40 below range for portions of Montana and North Dakota as the Arctic air sweeps across the country. Meanwhile, we'll take a look at what we're anticipating in the Pacific Northwest. You're in for quite a bit of snow for some areas there as well. Denver, in fairly short order, you'll be in the mix for not only some snow, but man, Denver's kind of notorious for big-time temperature fluctuations. They've gone, you go from 70 degrees on one afternoon to below zero, like 24, 36 hours later. That's going to be somewhat in the cards with this storm coming up in the Denver area. It's 844-844-3388. Welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, I guess it is good morning for those in the Eastern time zone, as Philly Dan indeed is, to which he says, good morning, everyone. Is it a good time to buy some Tesla stock? All I know is Tesla stock has been dropping. I'll do a double check. How low is it now? Stay safe. Happy Taco Tuesday, though, he reminds us. 5-7 on board. Copy in the mail. There's Joe Self. Morning, Steve. All the overnight listeners. Got a chilly 26 degrees here in Winchester, Virginia. Everybody have a good night out there. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. It's 36 degrees in Sugar Ties, New York. All right, Kentucky Ken, good morning, Overnight Drive crew. Mr. Summers, happy holidays to all. 28 degrees, clear in northern Kentucky. Back to it here in a few hours, all right? Kentucky Ken is listening in. There's Mary Ann. Good morning, Steve. Good morning, Overnight Drive crew. Everyone stay warm out there. Yeah, Steve, let me see. Independence, Kentucky, bitter cold 28 degrees here. Oh, come on, Steve, 28, that ain't nothing. You see where you're going to be? Yeah, by the time you get to, like, Christmas Eve, and I think that's Thursday night, Friday. Well, it's single digits are coming our way. And as I was watching the models and the Weather Channel, they're talking about the winds. And we're in that zone. 50 to 60 mile per hour winds are going to be coming our way. You talk about wind chill. Hello to Pappy, 24 degrees in Harrison, Ohio. Yeah, maybe a little snow around 0100. Steve, I missed the flyover this past morning. You know what, Pappy? I was sitting here and I look at the clock. It was like 6:30 a.m. I said, all right, 15 minutes. Next thing you know, I look up and it's 7:20. I'm like, oh, well, I missed it too. It was talking about the International Space Station. Yeah, I had a flyover 6:45. Must have been almost directly overhead because it was supposed to be visible for a total of like 7 minutes. That's a pretty lengthy period of time. There is another chance this morning, Pappy, but I think we might have the cloud cover. I think 6 a.m., I believe. 6 o'clock this morning. Should be visible for about 3 minutes. So it's going to be somewhere on the horizon. I'm not sure which horizon, north or south, but hello to all the nocturnal listeners out there of the Hot Shot Secret Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Hammer down. Stay warm and be safe. Let it roll. Let's see. Steve here. Good morning, Steve. Let's see. I can't get the D. Let's see. The app to play. Current shows. Just shows from like April. I deleted and reinstalled. This interface through Facebook works, but it will disconnect at some point. I haven't had any other complaints about the app not working. Anybody having any issues? Yeah, Android, iPhone, I'm not sure which you're on there, Steve, but all right. Let's see. Shorty is on board. Last night working until next year. All right, so you got that little extended Christmas vacation coming your way. Are you ready? Hello to Lynn. Awesome show all the time, Steve. Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia. 45 degrees. Not bad right now, but it's going to be brutally cold Friday and Saturday. My mom called me earlier and said half her house is without electricity. Cannot find a tripped breaker or a GFI issue. This includes her electric heat. So neighbor's going to see what he can do to help in the morning, and we've got an electrician supposed to be there on Wednesday. She has a portable heater, a heating pad, and an electric blanket that she can use in the bedroom since she does have power in that part of the house. Yeah, we're supposed to be above freezing till about Thursday. So I'm planning to pick her up Thursday, bring her to the house for Christmas. She said she's okay right now, but if need be, I will go get her early if she gets to the point where I guess too cold. By the way, wife's still not feeling too well, and I've got the sniffles, and I'm coughing a bit. I hope I'm not coming down with that crud that's going around. And yes, we do have a chance of snow Friday night. Ackworth, Georgia. Yes, indeed. Could get interesting. All right, good to have you on board. Get to the calls coming up here at 844-844-3388.
USA News Update. Criminal charges against former President Trump are being referred to the Justice Department, while ethics violations against a handful of Republican lawmakers are being referred to the U.S. House Ethics Committee for further action.
The question is on the motion to favorably report to the House. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
In a hearing today, the House January 6th Select Committee said charges in connection to last year's attack on the Capitol include insurrection. Lionel Messi continues to set records. Less than 24 hours after winning the World Cup with Argentina, Messi broke an Instagram record. His post featuring a picture of him lifting the World Cup trophy along with a thank you note to his family, friends, and fans is now the most liked post by an athlete. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Hey everyone, this is Mike.
And this is Brian with Fellowship Home Loans. For years now, we've helped thousands of families live the dream of home ownership. And it's always great to hear from them.
How willing they were to work with me, where everybody else just wanted to slam the door in my face. Second thing was just how quick and easy it was to go with Fellowship, because they really put it together quick for me.
At Fellowship Home Loans, we don't have clients. We have friends and family.
I recommend many people. I have my cousin, I have a friend at work, I have it's a lot of people who really need someone like Fellowship Home Loans.
We are here to help. No pressure guaranteed. 800-535-2779. 800-535-2779.
I appreciate how quick and easy it was to work with Fellowship Home Loans. What a pleasant experience it was. They really put it together quick for me.
Fellowship Home Loans.
Welcome home.
Intercontinental Capital Group, DBA Fellowship Home Loans, Equal Housing Opportunity Lender, MLS number 60134.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, I can tell you what we've got on the map at this point in time as far as storm watches, wind watches. Wind chill watches, as they're calling it. It's a watch now. There'll be wind chill warnings, and undoubtedly they'll be upgraded to high wind warnings. But right now, already stretching from Wyoming, a good chunk of Colorado, east central and northeast New Mexico, all the way over to north central Arkansas, southern Missouri. Winter storm watches stretching from eastern Kansas, northern half of Missouri, a good chunk of Illinois, about the northern 2/3 of that state. Might as well say the entire state of Iowa, Minnesota, and much of Wisconsin. Already winter storm watches as far east as, say, Indianapolis, Indiana. Those are going to expand further to the east as this storm unfolds. But I just wanted to click in and take a look at some of these advisories for parts of the Midwest as far as what they're anticipating. Talking wind chills like 35 below zero. This just in from the Weather Service office in Des Moines, Iowa. Significant winter storm, blizzard conditions, and extreme cold between mid and late week. A powerful winter storm will impact the region late Wednesday through Friday. Confidence continues to increase for a significant multifaceted event, including blizzard conditions and extreme cold across Iowa. Travel could become nearly impossible at times Thursday and Friday. Wind chills will fall to 20 and 40 below zero or colder Thursday through the end of the week. Those with holiday travel plans from late Wednesday through Friday are strongly encouraged. Pay close attention to the updates and prepare accordingly. If travel is a must, altering your travel plans is strongly encouraged. Yeah, that's the idea. This is just going to disrupt so many folks. And when we're looking at the area, how broad the area of winds are going to be, when you get those 50, 60, the power outages are going to be widespread. And just think about the line workers. Power goes out, and then temperatures are going to be dropping into the single digits. And those, can you imagine being out there trying to work with wind chills in the 30 below range? I'm not sure what the criteria is, but I'm pretty sure those line workers can't even get out there to try and restore power when the winds are at a certain level. It's kind of like airlines have to shut things down when winds reach a certain level. Morning, Horse Feathers. What's happening?
Morning, Your Honor. I guess I'm not snoozed right now, then, am I?
You are not.
You snoozed me yesterday, so I guess I'm still not snoozed. So, all right, that works. So I think the name of the town in New York you're looking for is Saugerties, New York. Up there around the Albany area.
Okay.
Kind of south Albany.
I don't know if maybe he had the...
Not Sugar Teas.
He might have been using, like, the voice to text, because it was spelled like Sugar Ties. So that's what it looked like to me.
Yeah, I think... I'm thinking it would have been Saugerties, but
okay.
But I could be wrong. But yeah, I only lived up there for 40 years, but that's all right. Anyways, I don't know what you're talking about. Our weather prognosticators are saying it's supposed to be 50 degrees here Friday. Well, what's this you talking about cold and stuff? I just don't believe it. But no, we were watching the forecast there, and the wife says, well, how can it get up to 50 degrees when it's going to be 20 for a low?
Yep.
And I said, well, the low for that 20 is actually like at 11 o'clock at night going into midnight. And that's how come it's going to be 14 for a low when we get up Saturday morning. So anyways, yeah, it's going to come in, but we're supposed to have rain here Thursday, and it's supposed to be, warm Thursday night into Friday and still be raining, and then at some point bottom's going to drop out of it, and as I say, it's going to go from in the 50s down to somewhere around 20 there. So so it's definitely going to be a shocker when it all starts to happen. But anyways, there. So let's see. We got the January 6th commission decided to push everything to the DOJ. The unbiased. What do you call it? When you got both sides.
Bipartisan.
They didn't have really. Yeah, they didn't really have both sides. They weren't really bipartisan very much. Were
and
they?
do you notice they're using the word charges? It's not charges. It's quote recommendations. I mean, listening to these legal experts, they had Jonathan Turley. I've got the comments from Dershowitz. He pretty much says this. He said this referral is pretty much a worthless piece of paper. It's nothing.
Well, of course, and they talk about all these witnesses. We had all these witnesses we brought in. And it's like, well, who cross-examined them?
No one.
Well, that didn't happen. Yeah, so it's just, the whole thing was made for TV news, for making a headline, so that the people would hear what they wanted the people to hear. And now that they've heard it, now you can't make them unhear it, because they're all going to say, well, President Trump was charged, and he shouldn't, and this shouldn't, and all that other crap. But yeah, so what else there? I saw something there that Ford is admitting there's a problem trying to get these electric vehicles out here, and the NBC News actually showed a guy went out of California where it's okay to try to drive around and get your electric car charged up, but if you go somewhere like Texas, you might want to have a tow truck on the speed dial, because all the places he went to charge his car, where even it was, he'd use an app and, find a charging station.
Mm-hmm.
Most of them didn't work. So he finally found this one out in East Podunk, wherever, Texas, at some antique store that some, off the grid type person that's trying to capitalize on whatever he can has one charger, and that did actually work. He was down to his last 15 miles, Your Honor, out in the middle of nowhere, down to his last 15 miles with his electric car, trying to. But he got it charged up and all that, and he said I forget what he said, how far he could go with it for a 30-minute charge and everything. But he never did tell you the price.
Right.
Never did once in the whole time going out there tell you how much it cost per kilowatt hour, 15 minutes on the charger, or what charging rate you get charged, how much. Not one word about how much you had to pay to plug that car in.
Hey, how many miles? How many miles do you think the electric car owners? If you live in Montana or North Dakota, I couldn't imagine having an electric. Undoubtedly, there are some people that have them. What do you think the driving range is going to be when they're at actually air temperature 30 below zero here in a couple of days?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how these lithium-ion batteries react to temperature. I mean, they're not your lead acid that you're used to in your normal vehicle. They're the lithium ions. So it's a completely different system. So as far as stuff like my flashlight and stuff that I use in the truck all winter, when it's down to 0 and 10 degrees, it really isn't affected by temperature. It performs the same as it always does. So I don't know if these lithium-ion batteries do or not, but the one thing I'll tell you, and we've shown and you've talked about, is that you have a problem with them and you need a fire department, you better make sure that they're out somewhere sitting in a field by themselves, because they ain't going out. And I guess they are starting to develop some extinguishing systems that can be deployed into these things, but they're pretty pricey and they're like a one-time use thing. So if you have a fire in one cell and you get it out with this extinguishing agent, you better have another one in case another cell erupts into another, if it goes and, spontaneously goes into another one, if one cell heats up to another one and it hasn't ignited yet, then it ignites after the other one's put out, because as I say, some of these things have been submerged in water for a long time, and you bring them out and they still reignite. So, but yeah, I definitely recommend anybody, if you have one of these, and I hate to say a lot of these other lithium ion things that you want to charge, not to be charging them in where you're sleeping, because you just never know when they're gonna go. You see the things on TV about the hoverboards and cell phones blowing up in people's pockets and stuff like that. I don't know. So. Anyways, I guess that's about all the good news we can have for you there. But yeah, we got friends that are out in Meade, Colorado, which is kind of east of Boulder there, right out at 25 there. So they're north of Denver, and yeah, they're supposed to be like 70 degrees, and then somewhere along the line be down like below 0 and 70 mile an hour winds or something. And but as you say, that's about typical out there to have that 70 degree swing. Have a nice high temperature, and then the next thing you know, you're 70 degrees difference from what it was. And hey, give it a couple of days, and heck, they're supposed to be back up close to 40 again. I think somewhere through the weekend, I think they're supposed to be back up around 40 there. So I don't know. It is what it is out there. But I guess with all that, we'll let you go and see what we can get for a Tuesday. And I missed the rocket. Did the rocket go up there? It was supposed to go up at dinner time?
Yeah, Wallops. I'll you know what?
Yeah.
I'll have to get an update on that. Yeah, that was supposed to be between 6 and 8 this past evening, I believe it was. Yeah, I forgot about that. I will do a quick check. Hello to Gilligan. Morning, Mr. Summers, and the listeners out there. Clear and cool, but it's definitely getting colder soon at the Speedway in Martinsville, Virginia. Right now, we're hanging out at 33 degrees. Everybody keep it shiny side up. Let's see. Kangaroo in northeastern Montana. Oh, boy. Good morning, Steve, and all my truck driving friends. Minus 20 this morning. And I've got to inspect track. Merry Christmas to all. Minus 20. All right. Table scraps on board. Hey, watch out, Tennessee, come Thursday. A high of 50 degrees, a low 3 degrees. As Horse Feathers was just made. Isn't that insane? From 50 to 3. Hello from Caldwell, Idaho. We're at 21 degrees right now. We're dropping to 6 overnight tonight. Merry Christmas. That's Alpine Mike. Let's see. 24 degrees, waiting for the snow in Jackson, Michigan. Fergie. Dragon Slayer checks in from Oklahoma City. Yes, I have been missing in action since September when I fell from a load of hay and broke both my legs. Ouch. I'll find out Thursday of this week if I can start putting some weight on my legs. Man, oh man, so you must have really done a job on them, huh? Roy says, I guess he's set. I have 3 of those big kerosene heaters and a wood stove. I guess you'll be in good shape if you lose power, right? It is 844-844-3388. We return in 2.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, and in answer to Horsefeather's question about the launch that was scheduled this past evening, it was a no-go once again. Rocket Lab will have to wait until January now for their attempt at their inaugural Electron launch from Virginia after suffering delays because of weather and range issues. Of course, they scrubbed the launch on Sunday. We're looking to attempt this past evening, Monday evening. While the rocket and the payload were ready, upper-level winds were again too strong. They called off the launch toward the end of that 2-hour window. Now, they've got apparently some sort of air restrictions that kick in. Higher volume of air traffic with the holidays coming up here. So I guess tomorrow was the last opportunity before those holiday airspace restrictions kick in. But the forecast already has the upper level winds for tomorrow, or technically the 20th. That would have been today, for later today. So they've already scrubbed that. It's going to be sometime later in January now that they'll reschedule that launch after the holidays. The mission is called Virginia is for Lovers. Virginia is for Launch Lovers. That's what they called it at Rocket Lab. All right. It is 844-844-3388. Brain Dead is on board. What's happening?
Good morning, Steve.
Are you ready for some old man winter?
You know, you mentioned that 4-letter S word. I'm going to track you down. I'm going to wash your mouth out with soap, Steve.
Yeah.
Yeah. Me and Dean about watching the weather this evening when I got up. The lady, you know how they do that time by time line on the forecast? It was supposed to go from rain at 2 o'clock to ice at 4 and then snow at 5, and it's supposed to be at 50 degrees at 5 p.m. Now, how in the world could it snow at 50 degrees at 5 p.m.?
That's an unusual forecast, Brain Dead.
I know. I think the weather lady was smoking too much of that funny stuff.
Huh.
But no, I work the dock. You know, it doesn't matter the temperature. You know, they like during the summertime, they'll say, hey, you know, if you need to take a break, don't worry about it. And it's the same thing during the cold weather. You know, I got my cold weather gear with me. I'll suit up, go out here on the dock tonight and work in Little Rock. And, you know, even at 3 degrees, they'll just tell you, hey, you get cold, just come on in, warm up a minute, and go back out. They're not going to, they don't push to get the freight out. But have you talked to Gilligan lately?
I have not spoken to Gilligan yet this week. I think this is his first night out.
Oh, he didn't tell you. See, that GMAB Enterprises, you know, they heard, what was it, you and Big Ed were talking Friday morning, I believe, about the Squashmallows, I believe it was.
Mm-hmm.
Remember them?
Yep.
Well, they've decided to come up with their own first annual limited edition overnight drive Squashmallows. Now, Steve, they interviewed 13 1/3 midget rodeo clowns to come up with the best idea, and they had one of you dressed up as Frosty the Snowman, Steve.
Okay.
Imagine that. Yeah, and look, they're going to be limited to 1,995. But see, here's something that they're doing that's going to blow the Squashmallow people to sell out. They're going to have scented Squashmallows. You know, you got your choice. Now there's 250 of each of these. Now one of them is going to be buffalo chips. And then there's going to be a second one called cow patty.
Yummy.
Now the third one, they kind of got in a little bit of a trouble with some sort of trademarking. See, they call it the Democrat, but it's actually like horse crap. But you know, Horse Feathers trademarked the name before we could do anything. So, but yeah, and there's even a special limited edition chase one of you with Turbo the dog and Kevin the cat, Steve. So, you know, Christmas is right around the corner, so, you know, makes great stocking stuffers, you know.
Yes, they would, yeah. And I love your choice of flavors. That's great. Yeah, Merry Christmas, you filthy animal. All right, yeah, hearing in the news updates here, they'll probably touch on this again here in a couple of minutes. The House Select Committee, which many Republicans and Donald Trump call it the Unselect Committee, the whole January 6th thing, issuing what they're calling referrals to the Department of Justice, recommending former President Trump be criminally prosecuted for inciting insurrection, conspiracy to defraud the United States, conspiracy to make a false statement, and obstruction of an official proceeding. This is a recommendation. The decision to pursue charges will ultimately be made by Attorney General Merrick Garland and the Department of Justice. Yeah, of course, one day before it was presumed to be their final meeting, Trump slammed the committee as obviously highly partisan. This highly partisan Unselect Committee is illegally leaking confidential information to anyone that will listen. Adam Shifty Schiff is all over TV talking about criminal referrals, just like he was on TV talking about Russia, which turned out to be the con of the century. How much longer are Republicans and American patriots in general going to allow this to happen? These are the criminals who spied on my campaign, lied to the FISA courts and Congress. They are sick people. Of course, all that is everything he said there. That's now confirmed. Absolutely true. Alan Dershowitz says these referrals are a worthless piece of paper. There is a provision of the Constitution against bills of attainder. These were parliamentary indictments of unpopular people by name, and the framers of the Constitution put only two provisions in the actual Constitution before the Bill of Rights. No ex post facto laws and no bills of attainder. He tries to explain, because what I just shared really sounds like Greek to me. But long story short, as a constitutional expert, he said it is a worthless piece of paper. But let's get our news break here as we hit top of the hour, close out hour number one. Get back to your calls ahead as Christmas week is upon us. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News. I'm Ryan Daniels. The White House says the January 6th committee is getting to the truth of what happened during last year's Capitol riot.
What we saw on January 6th was the worst attack on our democracy since the Civil War. And the president has been very clear. Our democracy continues and remains under threat.
The panel referred 4 criminal charges against former President Trump for his alleged role in the attack. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre said today Americans have to do everything they can to protect our democracy. The former president and Republican allies have decried the Select Committee's 18-month investigation as an unfair political assault. Harvey Weinstein is being found guilty of sexual assault in California. A jury in Los Angeles says the disgraced movie producer attacked a woman in the Los Angeles area. He was acquitted of charges related to a second accuser. The jury was unable to reach verdicts on accusations from 2 other women. Weinstein was previously convicted of similar charges in New York. Title 42 will stay in place for the moment. The latest from correspondent Rich Johnson.
U.S. Supreme Court Justice John Roberts has issued an administrative stay that keeps in place the Trump administration order that people applying for asylum at the southern border will be sent to Mexico while their cases are processed. Texas Governor Greg Abbott was quick to respond, saying on Twitter, the order will help prevent illegal immigration. I'm Richard Johnson.
Lawmakers now racing to pass an omnibus spending package as government funding will run dry Friday night. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer said an omnibus is critical in continuing to support Ukraine and implementing the recently passed CHIPS and Science Act and PACT Act. Senate Minority Leader Republican Mitch McConnell said the large funding package is necessary to increase defense spending. This is USA News.
MyPillow is excited to bring you their biggest bedding sale ever, just in time for Christmas. Get the Giza Dream bed sheets for as low as $29.98. A set of pillowcases only $9.98. Rejuvenate your bed with a MyPillow mattress topper for as low as $99.99. They also have blankets in a variety of sizes, colors, and styles. They even have blankets for your pets. Get duvets, quilts, down comforters, body pillows, bolster pillows, and so much more, all with the biggest discounts ever. They're also extending their money-back guarantee for Christmas until March 1st, 2023, making them the perfect gifts for your friends, your family, and everyone you know. So go to MyPillow.com and use promo code USA or call 800-951-8175 and you'll get huge discounts on all MyPillow bedding products, including the Giza Dream bed sheets for as low as $29.98. And get all your shopping done now while quantities last.
A winter storm could disrupt Christmas travel plans this week. A powerful system will make its way across the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic regions leading up to the holiday weekend. It's expected to bring snow, rain, and high winds. An Arctic blast will bring sub-zero temps and wind chills to the central U.S. Montana could see temperatures plummeting to 30 below tomorrow, while the central high plains may see wind chills anywhere between 30 and 60 below. At the same time, analysts say millions of you are expected to be traveling over the holidays.
AAA says about 113 million people will be traveling this holiday season.
If that number comes to fruition, it would be a post-pandemic record, nearing 2019 totals, which were an all-time high. So we're talking a massive rush of people.
NBC's Maggie Vespa reports that number covers folks who are going 50 or more miles away from home between this Friday and January 2nd. A top official said workers on hybrid schedules are able to work remotely and extend their time away from home. The vast majority of those who are traveling will do so by car. I'm Tyler Kuehl.
NASA says it has pinpointed the coldest spot on Earth. Using NASA Earth satellites, researchers discovered a high ridge on the East Antarctic Plateau has the lowest temperatures on the planet, as low as 135 degrees below zero on a clear winter night. I'm Ryan Daniels, USA News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense.
Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, welcome back. Round number 2 underway. What we got? Let's see, our old friend Gerald via email says, Merry Christmas to you, Steve, the family. I send a big Merry Christmas to all the Overnight Drive Nation. Big shout out to Dipsy Driver, Big Moose, the living legend, the Carolina Monkey Gouger. Everybody have a groovy night. All right. Thank you, Gerald. Fuzzy says, hello, Fuzzy is still alive. Just got rid of the crud. Happy holidays. All right. Dipsy Driver is on board. Morning, Steve, and, of course, the best informed audience out there. We've got 25 degrees here mid-Michigan, headed to 36 later this afternoon. I guess we're still on the line of either rain or anywhere from 4 to 12 inches of snow Thursday and Friday. That's a pretty broad range, right? I'll stay glued to the overnight drive this week and get the full report that I can depend on. Thank you, Steve. Have another great show as always. Thank you very much. All right, back quickly before we get back to the calls. Alan Dershowitz, he was trying to explain what unfolded this past day, these so-called recommendations or referrals, as they call it. By definition, he explained, bills of attainder are the act of a legislature declaring a person or group of people guilty of crime and punishing them, usually without a trial. Through separation of powers, you don't let Congress say who to prosecute. For that reason, not only should the Department of Justice reject these recommendations, but it should actually reprimand the committee for referring the former president to face charges. Now, I hope for a reprimand, but I don't think that's going to happen. Even if he does, expect that the Department of Justice will not take the recommendation seriously. The Justice Department will say to Congress, look, we process, we investigate. Don't tell us who to investigate and who to prosecute. You had a kangaroo hearing, one-sided. You did not allow cross-examination. You did not allow any adverse witnesses. So don't expect us to take seriously any recommendations. You made a bad prosecution, so the American public should make no conclusions based on this one-sided recommendation. They should ignore it. All right. Now, he did say if they recommend prosecution, I believe the role of outgoing Representative Liz Cheney there of Wyoming in these proceedings was simply to give cover to the anti-Trump Democrats. Now, Dershowitz says, look, I'm an anti-Trump Democrat. I'm going to vote for his opponent in the next election, whoever it is. He comes right out and says, I've already done that twice. But I put civil liberties in the Constitution before I put politics and partisanship. Liz Cheney does not do that. She has switched allegiance, and she put that before any constitutional right. So, coming from a guy, anti-Trump all the way, has never voted for him and already says, I will not ever vote for the guy. But there is this thing called the Constitution, which this unselect committee completely ignored. All right, seasoned greetings from the TNCRadio.live studios, Houston, Texas. Coming up this morning, right after the Steve Summers overnight drive, catch 2 all-new hours on TNCRadio.live. First up, Building Strong Minds with Dr. Christopher Kortman. Last week's discussion churned up some interesting questions from our listeners. When should we impose a mandate on someone else? When do we draw that proverbial line in the sand? Then it's Ron Frazier and our friends from TFC Global. This week he talks with Rebecca Jowers from Paloma Ministries, helping women who have faced the worst in human trafficking and lived to tell the story. It's all about prevention. Now, listen in to find out how you can help. Remember, TNCRadio.live is here for you 24/7. Be sure to tune in on December the 23rd through the 26th, Friday through Monday, for nonstop Christmas music, It's a blend of the best of traditional, some country, some recent Christmas hits with a decided trucker influence. All that, tncradio.live. All right, who we got on the line? Not seeing a name there. Hello, check 1, 2. Who we got on the line? Okay, I guess that means we'll move on to the next one. I think, would that be Dragon Slayer? Dragon Slayer, hey, welcome back.
Hey, Steve, thanks for taking my call. Yeah, it was a bad accident. I've got a rod that goes about 2 inches above my knee all the way down to my ankle on my right side with 27 screws at the ankle on the right side, and then I have I had what they call a tibia plateau fracture on my left leg, and that required plates and screws, and there was a 1.5 to 2 inch separation on my left from the tibia to the knee there that they had to plate back together.
So you've pretty much been off your legs since September?
September 19th when I fell.
Wow.
And they did what they call an external fixator. It happened on a Saturday, and did an external fixator on Monday, then took me back in on Friday and did all the repair, and spent a total of 12 days in OU Medical Center, and then I went to the Jim Thorpe Rehabilitation Hospital for 10 days of rehabilitation before coming home to a wheelchair.
So with all that time off your legs, I guess what you've probably lost an incredible amount of the muscle mass in the legs, and so you're going to probably go through a lot of rehab to regain muscle strength.
They're saying it could possibly be up to a year before I'm able to return back to work.
Wow.
So I've gone back and watched some of the replays, but this is the first night I'm not even feeling up to it. I'm having some muscle spasms in my left leg tonight, so I'm sitting here with a heating pad on it now. So that's why I'm listening to the show. So
okay, that's tough. Wow. Well, yeah, it's amazing what just in a split second, right? You're out there doing your work, and just one wrong step and you fell off the load.
Well, yeah, I was on my second load of hay of the day, and from the first load to the second load, the winds had picked up, so I wasn't able to throw my straps. So they had to lift me up on top of the load, and I just misstepped and fell 13 feet to the ground and landed flat on my heels on the ground.
Wow.
And of course we were in the drought, so it was the pastures were hard as concrete.
Mm-hmm.
So, yep, it was and of course the ambulance they called was a non-emergency ambulance. It was just basically a transport van, so they weren't able to put an IV in or give me any pain medicine for the 45-minute hour drive back down to the city to the trauma center. So.
And you were probably, in excruciating pain the whole time?
Oh, I was in terrible pain.
Yeah.
Terrible pain. So, the farmer, he tried to get me up and into his personal van to take me to the hospital, and that just wasn't possible at all. There was no way I couldn't put any weight on either leg.
Uh-huh.
So, it was just a hard deal to go. I was up in like I said, I was up in Crescent, and Big Ed knows where that's at if he's listening. So they drove me down from Crescent all the way back down to OU Medical Center downtown. So, like I said, it was 45 minutes to an hour drive. So, wasn't enjoyable, let me tell you.
I cannot imagine. I am. Knock on wood, I've never had a broken bone in my life. Like I said, I don't want one, but isn't that amazing? Never, even as a kid, never had a cast on my arm or anything.
Well, it's not the first time I've broke the ankle on my right leg. I did that while I was in the military, sliding into third base, and that's what put me out of the service. So, I don't know how much the initial injury from the service had to contribute to this accident where they had to put 27 screws into my ankle, you know.
Wow.
To put it all together. But it just looks like, you remember the old Plinko, the old game that we had when we were kids where you had the sticks through with the marbles. That's kind of what the ankle looks like with all them sticks going through there,
Wow. That's incredible.
So,
well, hope you get to feeling better soon, right? So, I mean, still some pain, and I guess a long way to go with therapy and all that, but get well soon, my friend.
Appreciate it. Appreciate all the love and care from all my trucking family out there. I know that some of them that listen to you, I've been in contact with, and they know, and so I know Lobster knew that I fell and hurt myself, and I can't remember Rob's handle out up there in Maine, but he listens every night or thereabouts. So quite a few people knew that I had fallen. So I don't think they passed it on to you and didn't want it out there, but I figured now that I'm back up and around and going to be listening more live, I figured I'd put it out there. So thank you for your well wishes and Merry Christmas, and give the princess and the family my love.
All righty, man. Merry Christmas to you. Get well soon. Get back on your feet. Back on my feet again, right? It is 844-3388. Who was it? Big Ed. I think last week Big Ed was talking about the porch pirates. There's people going around stealing your Amazon or FedEx or whatever, stealing your packages off your porch. Porch pirates. Apparently, it's a pretty popular business out there. Report from the independent review site Safewise estimating 260 million packages delivered to homes and businesses were stolen this year, up from an estimated 210 million in 2021, 50 million more this year. Package thefts are on the rise, unfortunately. Perhaps in part because of the increase in online shopping that started with the pandemic. This could be in part because many folks have returned to offices at least part-time this year compared to over the last 2 years. And since everyone knows there's an avalanche of deliveries this time of year, there's every reason to believe the bad guys are using this as an opportunity. During the pandemic, Safewise says online sales increased to 16.4% of all retail sales. The cost of package thefts this year estimated at about $19.5 billion. To reduce package thefts, they recommend having your packages delivered to a secure Amazon locker or maybe have a trusted neighbor pick up your packages. Consumers suspicious of package theft are encouraged contact local law enforcement, obviously. That's incredible, though. 260 million packages stolen off porches around the country. Kangaroo, is that you?
Hey, good morning, Steve.
How the heck are we, Kangaroo? Greetings from, what do they call it? The Great White North? Is that it?
Well, yeah, we've actually been blessed with some snow. We've been in such a bad drought here the last couple of years, and my golly, the good Lord's given us some much needed moisture in the form of that fluffy white stuff. And I don't know, just remind. Used to know a bunch of folks. As a matter of fact, I was scrolling through my phone contacts and went past Sugar Bear's number. Hadn't talked to him in years, but
haven't heard from him in a long time. Yeah, I hope he's doing all right.
Yeah, I hope so too. It like I say, been a number of years, but last I talked to them, it was like they were doing all right. But yeah, we got a balmy minus 22 degrees now. Supposed to get down to about minus 29 before daylight. And they're talking Thursday night, possibly down to 50 or 53 below zero, straight temperature, no wind chill. So
I was going to say
all of you complaining about 35 degrees, lightning.
minus 50 actual air temperature. I mean, that is truly like Siberian weather.
Yes, it is. That's why we call it the Great White North, and between the North Pole and nowhere, because you can just about see the North Pole from here, and nowhere's just to the south. But builds character. That's why there are a lot of characters like myself live up here. Keeps a lot of the riffraff out. So, other than myself, of course, but I got a track inspecting for a railroad up here, and these kind of temperatures, that big heavy steel rail just snaps, and when it does, it sounds like a grenade going off. And the other day I had one jump open about 7.5 inches on me, and it's so we get out, we go work in it and bundle up, and it's just what you do, still got to move freight, even on the rails. And 30 years I spent trucking before I started with the railroad. Been here about 8.5 years now, but so yeah, it's a little challenging in the winter. We say rail break in, and you wouldn't think that steel is heavy as it is, and a lot of our track is 141, which is 141 pounds for every 3 feet of rail. So it's pretty heavy stuff. But that cold weather just plays heck on it.
So you're out there inspecting. How often do they have to inspect a line? Is it on every other day or once a week or?
Well, so when the temperatures drop below -20, and we're in what they call Region 2 up here, I have to inspect track every day, every 24 hours. Once it drops below -20, they slow the train speeds down, and I actually set my pickup on the rails, and I've got about 90 miles of track I inspect. And it's kind of nice sometimes, because when the highways are crap, I get to go drive down the railroad track to go back to my house, so it's not too terrible bad that way. But yeah, it's got to inspect every single insulated joint, and anywhere that we've got a temporary joint put in. And I say it's just this cold temperature. It's a lot of tensile forces on that steel. And normally when it's not cold, I inspect twice a week anyway.
So in those kind of temperatures, how do you keep your pickup running? I mean, what kind of you having to treat the fuel? Is it a diesel pickup or a regular old gas or?
I got an old gas pickup. It's kind of like me. It's got some miles to it, and wore out. 487,000 miles on my gas pickup, but I've got a new one that's supposed to be here any day. But keeping the old girl running. I talk to her nice, and pat her on the dash, and she keeps going. So
wow, isn't that something? Well, that's a fascinating line of work, inspecting rails. But I just can't fathom 50 below zero air temperature.
Yeah, I hope they're wrong, but I know for sure we're going to be down close to 40 below zero, not including wind chill. So right now the wind's blowing up here, so it's supposed to pick up. So I'd imagine we're probably going to get 80 below wind chills.
Wow.
So yeah, it'll be a little chilly, mucho frio, as our friends would say. So
just a little. All right, well, Kangaroo, good luck. I mean, and I guess Merry Christmas. Be safe out there, and thank you for checking in. Wow. Can you imagine that? 50 below zero actual air temperature they're talking about. And what do you say, 190 miles of track that he has to inspect, and he's got it every day? That's mighty, mighty busy. Well, welcome back to a work week, Gilligan.
Oh, yeah. Well, good morning, Steve, and thank you for taking my call. Well, I tell you what, I have to put horse feathers in his place. What he doesn't seem to realize is, on that deal with that tree across the phone lines, if you actually cut that tree, tear them and those phone lines come down.
Yeah.
Even though it's not really your fault, you are liable for them phone lines. I send you a picture of that tree that's there.
Yeah, I'm
looking
looking at it here. So I mean, like regular old cars would have to cross the double yellow to get under the thing, but I mean, I guess
you can get by.
Now, ain't no big truck gonna get through there though.
No, well, that road is not suitable for trucks anyway.
Okay.
I mean, every once in a while, we got a Swift truck or something gets stuck on it. Yeah. There's a big old red oak down there that's collected a few Swifts and Warners and stuff. They can't quite make it around the turn. I've turned a couple around myself. It's a bad situation. Unfortunately, our phone company there is Frontier, and Frontier is not exactly noted for their great service. Now, people can get through there. You know, there is a place in the county over where I used to live. I haven't got an update on it lately, but supposedly that tree is blocking people from getting out. There's like 3 or 4 families above that. And honestly, I don't have a saw big enough to cut that tree. That tree looks to me to be about 5 feet thick.
Wow.
I mean, that ice storm has played havoc on my area. It's crazy how much trees have come down. Me and a friend of mine went over and cut one out of Mom's driveway just Sunday, and it's trees down everywhere. Yeah, it done us pretty good. I think we got maybe a half-inch ice before it was over with there at home.
Wow.
And yeah. Well, I'm gonna respond to Braindead's call there. By the way, these squashmallows. I think I need to find somebody else to head my sales. See, we've expanded now. We're GMA, B, D, and B. Dingbat has taken over research and development. Of course, Blind Man's over quality control.
Because he can expect everything, right? Hey, I got to pause for a news break.
USA News Update. The Supreme Court is pausing the lifting of Title 42 for now. Chief Justice John Roberts granted a temporary stay Monday afternoon. Several states filed an emergency application asking the High Court to keep Title 42 from ending, claiming it would lead to an overwhelming flood of immigrants. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre.
The removal of Title 42 does not mean the border is open. Anyone who suggests otherwise is simply doing the work of these smugglers who, again, are spreading misinformation and which is very dangerous.
The rule allowed border agents to expel any immigrant over COVID concerns. The Biden administration has to respond by 5 p.m. Eastern today if they want the stay lifted. The Packers are keeping their postseason hopes alive after beating the Rams 24-12 on Monday Night Football in Green Bay. Aaron Rodgers threw for 229 yards, 1 touchdown, and an interception in the victory. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Paid for by GovMint.com.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 50 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-888-201-7060, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-888-201-7060. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-888-201-7060 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-888-201-7060.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Welcome back here. So, yeah, the cold that's coming just in time for Christmas. Yeah, what they were telling us 24 hours ago, pretty much about the same as, the models come into agreement. But the Frigidaire, we've had cold air in place since last weekend in the Northern Plains after that big blizzard last week. Yeah, Old Man Winter is going to really up the ante even more this week as this intense burst of Arctic air comes rolling in. The area that got hit hard with the blizzard conditions will now have to contend with yet another outbreak of intense cold. As we just heard from Kangaroo there in Montana, they're talking, 30, 40 below zero. Actual air temperature, Montana, portions of Montana and North Dakota. Cities like Minneapolis, Chicago, Des Moines, it's going to feel like the middle of February versus December. Now, where the fiercest cold is going to settle in during Thursday and Friday as the holiday travel really ramps up. When you factor in the winds from this big storm that's going to develop, forecasters say it's going to be downright dangerous if you are not dressed properly or have proper shelter to be outside even for a short period of time, right? Have that emergency road kit on hand for the travelers. Frigid conditions are going to spill deep into the south, even during the latter portion of the week, leaving folks from Dallas to Little Rock to Nashville and Atlanta shivering as we head into Christmas weekend. Yeah, nighttime temperatures, even that far south, may bottom out in the single digits in teens in those cities. Yeah, of course, Friday and Saturday looks to be the coldest days across the southeast. Highs in the 20s in the interior. We're even talking highs in the 30s. Yeah, all the way down to the Gulf Coast as we head into Christmas Eve. Yeah, probably going to be talking hard freezes along the Interstate 20 and even the I-10 corridors. So if you're going to be headed out for the holidays, take preventative measures, they say, to prevent frozen pipes and water damage. In the Northeast, AccuWeather forecasters say the cold air is on track to charge into the Northeast late Friday into Saturday. It will not be quite as frigid compared to the Rockies and the central states, but it will be downright cold, even with a slightly less severe outcome as the air mass finally reaches the Atlantic coast. It's going to be a colder Christmas than you've seen in recent years throughout much of the east. So that's what we got coming on. 5-7. Hey there.
Hey, yeah, a little bit chilly down here. So in the teens in the early morning temperature, but I got my LP gas and I got my hot little kettle to keep me warm, you see. So we're in good shape. Did they not just pass a lynching law? I mean, did they not pass that lynching is a crime now? You remember? I remember seeing that, and it would be so cool if the new Congress or House rep come in and just call all these people in and charge them with lynching, because hey, we're going to give you a fair trial before we hang you, type deal. Now you're saying that, or was it Dershowitz said, well, the Justice Department will just chase it out of there. He has noticed the Justice Department that we got, right? Now, this Merrick Garland is the same one that the Republicans denied his chance to become a Supreme Court judge. So do you think that has anything to do with what Garland has been doing over the past 2 years? I mean, there is no justice in the justice. It's the Unjustice Department.
Right.
So it'll be interesting to see what happens there. But they definitely don't want it to go on trial, because then Donald Trump can start dragging in Nancy Pelosi, and she will have to answer why she did not accept the help of the National Guard. The truth will come out with a trial. So it's the look, it's the charge,
right? Yeah,
that I guess somewhere
it would have to be a real trial, not a one-sided, like I say, lynch mob. If you had cross-examination and brought in other witnesses, a.k.a. Pelosi, and got all the facts, this would be a totally different narrative.
Yep, and to me it seems like they just passed, I think last week before last, and something, or they got it, they were passing, and it included lynching. I was watching that on the TV, and of course, at the time they were saying that, I was thinking about the 6th. Let's remind people what happened. A week before the 6th, the BLM and Antifa injured our Capitol Police and Secret Service and burned a church. They were attacking the White House and the president, okay? And then the week, I think sometime after the 6th, you had Native Americans attacking an office in D.C., which did injure some personnel in the Capitol, and nothing on either side of that, let alone interrupting a proceeding.
Official
one
proceeding,
they have.
right? Yeah.
Well, they never did anything to Code Pink when they did that to George Bush, and you know very well the Democrats brought that in, and they were in the gallery making a hoop to do. So it's all political BS. But the only hope we have is, and good Lord McCarthy, and I mean, all they can do is bring it to light. And so the American people can see, so maybe in 2 years they'll make a decision. And we'll leave it at that. I got to finish fueling up this truck. Other than that, I will sit back and copy the mail and enjoy the rest of the show, Tibor.
All right.
5-7.
All right. Get your long johns out there, 5-7. You might need them later this week. Let's see. Well, he was kind of referring to it as a lynch mob. Yeah, Representative Tenney actually described it as a Russian or Soviet show trial. That's what it would be more akin to. The modern-day equivalent of a, quote, Soviet-style show trial where the outcome was manufactured and totally predetermined. Tenney likened the January 6th panel when she was living in what was Yugoslavia at the time, which she describes as communism light, when one disagreement with the government, they put on a show trial. They send you to a barrier island where you spent your time in prison because of your protest against the government. The January 6th trials is tangibly involving former President Trump. I think is very Soviet style. It had a predetermined outcome. They knew what they were doing. They cherry-picked the evidence. They cherry-picked the people that they wanted to talk to. I mean, according to the Associated Press report, July of last year, Nancy Pelosi rejected 2 Republicans picked by then Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy to sit on that panel. Yeah, recall that? Jim Jordan and Jim Banks. Yeah, citing integrity as her reason for rejecting those submissions. Yeah, in the wake of the Capitol storming, both Banks and Jordan voted to overturn Biden's election victory. With respect to the integrity of the investigation, with an insistence on the truth, with concern about statements made and actions taken by these members, she said, at the time, I must reject the recommendations of Banks and Jordan to the Select Committee. Yeah, kangaroo court, nothing less, right? 16 before the hour, and who we got on board? Would that be Eagle, maybe?
Yeah, this is Eagle.
Morning, Eagle.
Hey, how you doing? Hey, I forgot to ask you last night when I talked to you. You gonna be on the radio all this week until Thursday? You're not gonna be off early?
We'll be here through Thursday night, Friday morning. The last show will be Friday morning. Yep. So we're here all week.
Okay, yeah, that's good. Yeah, because I'm going to be out on the road. Yeah, I'll be out on the road this week, so before Christmas. So, yeah, I wanted to make sure I had something to listen to while I was on the road the next couple of days. You know something, Steve? I told you something about Donald Trump a couple of weeks ago. And after hearing the news about Donald Trump today, Steve, and seeing the way a lot of American people have turned their back on Donald Trump in the last couple of months and in the last couple of years, especially the Democrats. Can you hear what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Yes.
I've come to this conclusion, Steve, on Donald Trump's situation. And I never thought I would say something like this, but I'm really pissed off at the situation right now. What's going on with Trump. At this point, Steve, if I was in Trump's position, if I was Donald Trump, I would say to hell with the American people. except for my supporters, because a lot of Americans have turned their back on Donald Trump. At this point, Steve, he talk about making America great again. The hell with it. It's obvious that the American people are not going to side with Donald Trump. If they're on the other team, they're on the Joe Biden team or whatever team you want to call it. If I'm Donald Trump, I'm trying to protect myself. I'm trying to keep myself from going to jail. That's what Donald Trump's best interest is right now. Forget about the president of the United States of America, because it's obvious the American people are not going to support this man. Donald Trump the only thing he needs to be concerned with tonight is trying to keep himself from going to jail on bogus charges, because that's exactly what they was, Steve. I just looked at the Twitter email that Donald Trump sent out January 6th, over 2 years ago, and Donald Trump clearly said that he wanted no violence, that he told the people to go home and not to create any chaos on January the 6th. Yet these people are still trying to bring charges on Donald Trump for something that this man wasn't associated with. Donald Trump cannot control a mob of people that have already made up their mind on what they're going to do. Donald Trump, all he can do is tell these individuals how he feels, and what they do after that is their decision. And for these people, it's obvious, like you said, Steve, these people are scared of Donald Trump. They don't want nothing to do with this guy running for election in 2024, and because they think that this man could possibly win again, and they're not taking no chances this time. So they're bringing up bogus charges on Donald Trump, and it's not going to work, because these charges are not going to stick. Because didn't you just say a few minutes ago, Steve, that Donald Trump asked Nancy Pelosi if they wanted extra added security at the State House, and
yes.
she said no? Didn't you just say that?
Yes,
huh?
It was offered, several days before January 6th, citing the intelligence community. That the intel community said, we're hearing chatter that there might be some violence, and they offered up the National Guard. And the offer was made to Pelosi.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was made, and Nancy Pelosi turned it down. That's any judge in their right mind. But like I said, Steve, we're living in a new America right now, and we're living in like I said, I never thought I would compare the USA to a Russia, a North Korea, or a China in terms of government or political type stuff. But Donald Trump, even though we just stated these obvious facts that Donald Trump wasn't involved in that, we're living in a new America now. And with these bogus judges that they got in America right now, this judge could overlook these obvious things and still side against Donald Trump. So Donald Trump is still not in the clear, and that's a damn shame in 2022 that I'm saying what I'm saying right now, Steve. The USA is supposed to be the fairest country in the world, was supposedly to be but like I said, we're living in a new America. So as of right now, Donald Trump, even though the man didn't do nothing wrong, he still could go to jail for something that he didn't do wrong. And that's a damn shame, like I said, I repeat myself, in 2022. So if Donald Trump ends up behind bars in 2023, it'll be on bogus charges as far as I'm concerned. Right. And like I say, anybody in Washington, D.C. ought to be ashamed of themselves for what they're doing. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right. Have a good morning, Eagle. Thanks for checking in.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Boy, I had seen the photos, some of the social media posts of the truck drivers that had to, find a safe haven last week as that blizzard pounded the Dakotas. Yeah, there were trucks, 18-wheelers that actually had snow up to the top of their windshields. I mean, literally, the trucks were buried. Can you believe that there were dozens of those drivers who have been there pretty much for an entire week, buried under those snow drifts? The Coffee Cup fuel stop in Vivian, South Dakota, as that winter storm dumped 30 inches of snow on parts of South Dakota. Yeah, winds making matters worse, big snow drifts in many areas. According to the reports, 10-foot snow drifts and widespread road closures trapped 70 to 80 trucks at the Coffee Cup fuel stop there in Vivian. During the time stranded there, truck drivers said they slept inside the store on the tile floor. The truck stop became so full by Saturday that local emergency management services issued a public notice from the Coffee Cup asking people to stay away. Some truckers reported being stuck for 6 days. Yeah, most drivers finally being able to dig out with some help and actually got on the road again just Sunday, 2 days ago. December the 17th, truck driver Conrad Quayle sharing video that has since gone viral, showing the unbelievable, otherworldly conditions at the truck stop on his 6th day of being snowed in there. He said, they scooped the front of the truck out so I could breathe and I could get out the front. They say there's a truck full of buffalo, a snowplow, and a wrecker that were all flipped over, closed on the interstate. No plows or nothing yet. I was supposed to deliver today about 30 miles north of Seattle. Because I'm an oversized load, I'll be the last allowed to get on the road. Hopefully, I'll be able to go Monday. With a little luck, I'll be home in time for Christmas or maybe the day after, he posted. So he just actually got back on the road yesterday, Monday, after having been stuck since about 10:30 last Tuesday morning. Quayle is finally free, hoping to make his delivery of a refrigeration unit in Washington State on Friday. But that literally spent an entire week stuck there in that truck stop. Incredible. Captain Ron, good morning.
Well, good morning. I couldn't imagine myself being stuck in something like that. When I was over the road, I never carried that much supplies to even last very long, maybe a day or two, but I couldn't imagine being in something like that. Mm-hmm. I couldn't imagine being out there now like that, but I'm surprised Eagle didn't bring up that Title 42 has been stayed. That's what they've been saying on your
that's
news.
I guess that went, all the way to the Supreme Court. I think it was Justice Roberts that, I guess temporarily, it's going to stay in place.
Well, what would that mean? Because it said that the Biden administration had to answer before 5 o'clock or something. I guess they could want it to go away, knowing those idiots. Don't you think?
Well, as far as the administration, well, hell yeah, I don't think they want it. They want it to go away. Absolutely. So I guess there's a couple of lawsuits that are still proceeding, and that's this ruling from Roberts will keep Title 42 in place until we get the actual outcome of those court cases.
And did you see on Facebook that Elon Musk put that poll out that if they wanted him to remain CEO or not?
Yeah, and it was like 58% said step down, and so I guess he's been kind of silent on that this past day. Hasn't really said, because I kind of suspected I thought he might have already had somebody lined up to take over. But.
Well, don't we all think that he has better things and bigger things for him to worry about than Twitter? I mean, I didn't think that would be his greatest accomplishment anyway.
Right. I guess he's got to be careful about, you don't just step aside. You got to have some chain of command, somebody ready to take over. But hey, hold that thought. It's news break time on the Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Julio Flores. The Supreme Court is pausing the lifting of Title 42 for now. Chief Justice John Roberts granted a temporary stay Monday afternoon. Rich Johnson has more.
U.S. Supreme Court Justice John Roberts has issued an administrative stay that keeps in place the Trump administration order that people applying for asylum at the southern border will be sent to Mexico while their cases are processed. Roberts' order calls for any response to his order to be on his desk by end of business Tuesday. Texas Governor Greg Abbott was quick to respond, saying on Twitter, the order will help prevent illegal immigration. I'm Rich Johnson.
Harvey Weinstein is being found guilty of sexual assault in California. A jury in Los Angeles says the disgraced movie producer attacked a woman in the Los Angeles area. He was acquitted of charges related to a second accuser. The jury was unable to reach verdicts on accusations from two other women. Weinstein was previously convicted of similar charges in New York. An Arizona judge is dismissing most of Kari Lake's election lawsuit that contested the victory of Democratic Governor-elect Katie Hobbs. Lake asked the judge to set aside Hobbs' certified win based on 10 counts, with the judge dismissing 8. He ruled that they did not fall into the right criteria to challenge an election in the state. A trial is allowed to move forward on 2 other counts if they can state a claim under the statute governing election challenges. Lake, who alleged that election officials in Arizona's largest county committed misconduct, must now prove the allegations in a trial set for later this week. President Biden is condemning a rise in anti-Semitism at a Hanukkah reception at the
MyPillow is excited to bring you their biggest bedding sale ever, just in time for Christmas. Get the Giza Dream bed sheets for as low as $29.98. A set of pillowcases only $9.98. Rejuvenate your bed with a MyPillow mattress topper for as low as $99.99. They also have blankets in a variety of sizes, colors, and styles. They even have blankets for your pets. Get duvets, quilts, down comforters, body pillows, bolster pillows, and so much more, all with the biggest discounts ever. They're also extending their money-back guarantee for Christmas until March 1st, 2023, making them the perfect gifts for your friends, your family, and everyone you know. So go to MyPillow.com and use promo code USA or call 800-951-8175 and you'll get huge discounts on all MyPillow bedding products, including the Giza Dream bed sheets for as low as $29.98. And get all your shopping done now while quantities last.
The man in charge of investigating last year's Capitol riot says he's convinced former President Trump will indeed face criminal charges. That's what Mississippi Democrat Benny Thompson told CNN after the January 6th committee referred charges against former President Trump to the Department of Justice. Thompson said he's confident the DOJ will bring proceed if the evidence is as we presented it. He added no one, including a former president, is above the law. The others seem to think otherwise. Lance Pry has more.
The final meeting of the January 6th committee did not reveal any new evidence that was promised by members leading to Monday's conclusion. They issued 4 criminal referrals of President Trump to the Department of Justice that include obstructing an official proceeding, conspiracy to defraud the U.S. government, conspiracy to make a false statement, and aiding an insurrection. Constitutional expert, attorney, and legal scholar at George Washington University, Jonathan Turley on Fox News believes the charges will not pass muster.
But if I were defense counsel for President Trump, my eyes would still remain fixed on Mar-a-Lago. I just don't see this as much of a threat of something that could be actually defended at trial or on appeal.
It's now in the hands of the Department of Justice. The choices are a criminal prosecution, do nothing at all and leave it unresolved going into the 2024 presidential election, or announce the DOJ will not pursue charges. I'm Lance Pry.
I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-296-1251. 800-296-1251. That's 800-296-1251. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
EDT Plus
Whether
Winter
you're a
Defense
diesel
is
pickup or-
scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense.
Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, a heads up in the state of Ohio, in and around the Columbus area. Amber alert, and apparently a woman walked into a pizza joint about 9:45. She left her car running with her 2 kids in the car. Turned around, and the car's gone. Get the report here. All right, about 9:45 this past evening, a victim walked into the Donata's Pizza on East 1st Avenue and North High Street with the car running and her 2 5-month-old twin boys in their car seat. Said she turned around after she entered the store, and her 4-door black 2010 Honda Accord was gone. Yeah, the car, they say, is missing the front bumper, has a torn temporary Ohio registration tag on the rear bumper, and a white bumper sticker on the rear that says West Side City Toys. So if you spot that vehicle, contact authorities. 2 5-month-old boys, yeah, little babies in the car there. So anyone with information, contact the Columbus Police. Okay, Amber Alert. That is active. Smartphones have been going crazy in the Buckeye State. All right, looks like Captain Ron had to move on, so we'll jump back to the calls here. Yes, hey, Dora. Hello, Horse Feathers.
Hey, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. So, I hate to say it, but should that woman be charged for anything for leaving her 2 5-month-old kids in a running car and going into the pizza shop? I mean, is that a little bit of neglect there
It is.
on the part of being a parent?
I mean, with or without kids in the car, it is actually, I know it's in Ohio, it's illegal to leave your car running just to run in anywhere. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think it is in a lot of states. Yeah, as you say, just leaving the car itself there with the keys in it. Anyway, So anyways, to get back to this Gilligan deal and this tree and the telephone wires there, the communication wires. Now don't you think that after the tree's there for a day or two that it's impeding the redneck ability to be able to go out and ride down the road in your pickup truck and have a couple with your buddies and a couple cases of beer and do some sign hunting? Don't you think they're going to grab a chainsaw and just go out there with that pickup truck and maybe a chain and cut a piece of that tree out or cut down some of that tree? And if the communication lines get damaged in the process of doing that, do you think they're going to stand around for a while and debate how to spell liability until the cops show up so they can tell? No, they're going to just cut the tree down and get out of there. They ain't going to hang around. They got better things to do. You know, they got road sign hunting to do. You know, you ride down the road, your shotgun, and shoot up the road signs and stuff there. You know, it's just going to be, hey, hold my beer, watch this. You know, it's not going to be, we're going to hang around and call the phone company and say, you know, hey, because this tree was on your wires, we're going to hang around here until you come out and have us arrested for damaging your wires, and we're going to pay for it. No, I don't know. I'm just thinking that, you know, in West Virginia, a tree in the wires like that, in communication wires like that. Now if it was electrical wires or something that still were alive and something like that, I could see probably maybe leaving it be a good idea, but I don't know. I'm just thinking that there's got to be some neighbor or something that's going to be tired of not being able to get in and out and just going to go out there and do it and say, somebody comes around and say, what happened? I don't know. Somebody must cut it down. Don't know who did it. Don't know nothing about it. But anyways, yeah. So that Article 42 there. So what's the girl's name there? I shouldn't call her a girl there. That's probably bad, probably because we don't know if it's what pronoun everybody uses anymore for who they are. The one that does Circle Back Girl's job now. What's her name there? The triple initial or whatever. The one that gives the report to the press briefing report there. What's her name?
Jean-Pierre or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, JP8 or something. No, that's jet fuel. I'm sorry. Anyways, she's saying that lifting Article 42 isn't going to increase the border crossing, and that's just feeding into the propaganda. By saying that's feeding into the propaganda that the people on the other side of the border are spreading. It's not true that the lifting Article 42 won't change anything in the border crossing deal. Did you catch her comment of that?
Which I mean, technically, she's just like she does every day. She's standing there lying to everyone. Everyone in the know has been saying it's going to dramatically increase the number of border crossings. Everyone.
Exactly. So again, if you get it said out there on the news and people hear it and hear that one thing, then they're going to believe that, and then just go on and not hear anything else after that.
Hey, I mean, remember over the weekend, the Democrat mayor of El Paso, who had refused to declare a state of emergency over the last 2 years, did over the weekend declare an emergency due to the expiration of Title 42.
Absolutely. So here, get this too. Now, watching some of the news last night, they actually showed that down in El Paso where they had that governmental building that does that part of the administration work there of doing the amnesty deal and that. And they got people laying all over the floors. They got them little silver tinfoil blankets, and I mean they're camped out on the street and all that. Here in Maryland, if I want to go to the motor vehicle department to do something with my registration for my vehicle or my driver's license or turn in the certificate for my DOT physical to add it to my driver's license, which I'm required to do every year, I can't walk into that building, Your Honor. I am not allowed to walk into that building unless I've scheduled an appointment online. Now, how are all these illegal immigrants, what are we calling? I don't even know what to call them anymore. We're allowed or not allowed. How can they go into all these buildings? Shouldn't they all be kept outside and have to schedule an appointment online before they're allowed to go in and do all this stuff? I just couldn't believe seeing all them just laying all over the place with all them blankets. And I guess outside the American Red Cross had gone around handing out blankets too there to try to keep them warm. But anyways, hey, we're trying to keep warm and electricity. Change the subject real quick. When do they have to shut the windmills off down there in Texas to freeze everybody and shut off the electric power grid and everything? Because we know the windmills can't run in the cold in Texas. So is it scheduled that they're going to turn them off pretty quick, or how's all that working?
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what kind of strain we see on the power grid here in a couple of days, because they are talking, teens way down into Texas.
Yeah, tell everybody in Houston there, open your cabinets, let your faucets drip, don't freeze your pipes. Open the cabinet doors, faucets drip. So, but anyways, hey, with all that nonsense there, and as I say, just get a couple rednecks with a couple cases of beer. Hell, we can clear all these trees out of the roads, no problem. Don't worry about learning how to spell the word liability, not a problem. So, anyways, we'll talk to you later, Steve.
All right, thank you. Round number 2, looking at 15 past the hour. And it is 844-3388. The rest of the story, Chief Justice John Roberts agreeing to keep Title 42 in place after a group of states with Republican attorney generals said lifting the measure would saddle their states with additional cost if more migrants entered. Let's see. Judge ruled last month that Title 42, which blocks many migrants from seeking asylum, judge said it was unlawful. But the states sought to overturn that decision. The Supreme Court gave both sides in the legal dispute until today at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, 5 o'clock Eastern time today, to respond. The order, that means Title 42 will stay in place as the legal arguments play out. The administration has been preparing for the order to end on Wednesday. And Karine Jean-Pierre said in a press conference the White House is asking for another $3 billion from Congress to pay for additional personnel, technology, migrant holding facilities, and transportation at the U.S.-Mexico border. Now think about that. What did she just say? She tried to then, after saying, we need $3 billion because we need more personnel. You need more personnel. Why? You need more holding facilities. Why? Because there's going to be more illegals coming in. And then she tries to turn around and say that that's not true. She's just lying. The push for additional resources as authorities are preparing for the possibility of anywhere from 9,000 to 14,000 migrants per day, every day, to try and cross the border when Title 42 is lifted. And she's trying to deny that fact. Title 42 was implemented initially to slow the spread of COVID-19. That was actually implemented under the Trump administration. Of course, Biden did keep it in place for more than a year. They've been weighing their plans to prepare for the end of Title 42. Government officials discussing several Trump-style plans to try and deter people from crossing the border. Things like barring single adults seeking asylum. Jean-Pierre declined to say whether plans to restrict asylum access are moving ahead, but said there would be additional announcements forthcoming today. The woman has no clue. We know she just simply reads from her scripted answers in her big binder there. And if she flips to the wrong page, she'll actually read the wrong scripted answer from her big binder. She did that just a week ago. Morning to Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve. -11 in Humphrey, Nebraska. Burr, 48 hours and my year will be done. Merry Christmas to all, and to all a good night. And a special one night only shout out to the American Eagle. All right, there you go, Eagle. Hello to Sandy. What do we have? Morning, Steve, and all the listeners. Wish you all a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. Stay safe, everybody. Eskimo Mom, howdy from the home 20. Went to the urgent care earlier today. Tested positive for COVID. Oh, no. Doc gave me some meds to help fight the side effects. Now, given my medical history, but I'm going to have to tough it out till my body finally beats it. Can't go back to work till the 22nd at the earliest, they're saying now. We've got clear skies, 19 degrees at this hour. Yeah, did they give you the Paxlovid? I believe it is Paxlovid. I think you take that for, I can't remember, is it 3 days or 5 days? Something like that. All right, it is 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start.
Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, answering yet another question from Horse Feathers. Forbes this past day said, top line story, most of the country is set to plunge into the deep freeze this weekend. Could bring many areas their coldest Christmas in decades. As forecasters also monitor a developing winter storm that the National Weather Service warns is likely to produce extensive travel delays before the weekend. A lobe of the polar vortex, an area of Arctic cold air that's typically trapped near the poles, is going to break southward, unleashing a cold later this week, bringing Arctic air to the eastern two-thirds of the country. Temperatures will be coldest in the upper Midwest and the high plains, where wind chills as low as minus 60 degrees, but well below average temperatures will dominate much of the country. Highs will remain below freezing for the central states all the way down to the Gulf Coast. Houston forecast only to top out at 29, while Memphis, Tennessee would probably only hit 16 for a high. St. Louis will have a high temperature of 7 degrees. This storm is going to bring snowy conditions across the Midwest Thursday before pushing into the Northeast Friday. Snow should end by Christmas Eve, but temperatures are expected to moderate just a few degrees for most on Christmas Day. Again, leaving most of the country in the deep freeze for the entire holiday weekend. What are we watching for? Well, the deep freeze will lead to skyrocketing energy demand, which is a cause for concern in Texas, which dealt with catastrophic power outages during that winter storm February of last year. The state's electric grid operator said they expect to have enough power to handle this coming cold snap. Deep South residents are also being urged to take precautions to keep exposed pipes from freezing, which are common on houses in that region. This year's traditionally cold and snowy Christmas, quite the contrast from a year ago, which was very spring-like for most of the country. Large swaths of the South saw temperatures in the 80s. There was a weather station in Rio Grande Village, Texas, that hit 94 degrees, which was a new national record for the hottest temperature ever on Christmas there. So the frigid conditions this year will likely not break a substantial amount of records, but could come pretty darn close as the polar vortex funnels in that cold air that's been trapped over Siberia. Of course, all this at one of the busiest times for travel of the year. Close to 113 million people projected to travel at least 50 miles from home for the holiday. which would be pretty much pre-pandemic levels. The vast majority, of course, will be traveling in their vehicles, but more than 7 million people are planning to fly for the holidays. All right. Would that be who we got on board? Would that be Philip, maybe? Or no, Philip's down the line. Who's this?
No, it's me, Eagle.
Oh, okay. Welcome back, Eagle.
Yeah. I wanted to finish up what I said a little bit earlier, that somebody called in after I called in and asked me what I had to say about this Title 42 deal.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's not going to make no difference, Steve. The people are already lined up the border of El Paso, over 20,000 people, what I'm understanding, and they gonna make their move on the 21st, whether that Title 42 is still up or not. Those people have already decided that they're coming to the U.S., so it doesn't really matter at this point. It's going to happen. And like I said, what does it matter to begin with, Steve? People said that rule was put in place that they would have to remain in Mexico till they receive their asylum trial. Well, we both know that that's not happening to begin with. So what good does it do to keep that, to disband that order? Because they're not going to make those people stay in Mexico. So it means absolutely nothing. That's the answer to that guy who asked what I had to feel about this Title 42. It means absolutely nothing, especially with the loser that we have in the White House right now. He's not going to enforce that law. Do you think Joe Biden is going to enforce that law, Steve, remain in Mexico?
No, absolutely not.
He hasn't been doing it. He hasn't been doing it for 2 years. Why the hell would he start now? And it just pisses me off when I hear somebody ask a question like that, because there's no question that needs to be answered. If Joe Biden was going to enforce that law, he would already enforce it. So that's the answer to the guy who had to ask what I feel about it. Ask Joe Biden what he's going to do, and you already know what the answer is, and that's nothing. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, yeah, you got that special shout-out from the Hall of Famer Lauren Weiss, the bull hauler there. Thanks, Eagle. All right, what do we got? News break coming up here momentarily, after which we'll get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. Of course, otherwise, for those in the northwestern portions of the country, you've been no stranger to some major storms as of late. Heavy mountain snow, waves of torrential rain, and there's more of the same yet to come as we roll through this busy holiday travel week. Snow and ice out in that part of the country could cause some pretty widespread disruptions as well. More to come as we roll into a Tuesday. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. The United States and its allies clash of Iran and its ally Russia over Western claims that Tehran is supplying Moscow with drones that have been attacking Ukraine, and the U.S. accused the UN Secretary General of yielding to Russian threats and failing to launch an investigation. At a contentious Security Council meeting Monday on the resolution endorsing the 2015 nuclear deal between Iran and the six major powers, the United States and Iran also accused each other of responsibility for stalled negotiations in the Biden administration, rejoining the agreement that former President Donald Trump pulled out of in 2018. The Packers are keeping their postseason hopes alive after beating the Rams 24-12 on Monday Night Football in Green Bay. Aaron Rodgers threw for 229 yards, one touchdown, and an interception in the victory. A.J. Dillon rushed for a pair of scores, while Aaron Jones ran for 90 yards and also caught a touchdown pass. Green Bay has won 2 straight to improve to 6-8. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
If your company stayed open during COVID, I have some great news for you. Government funds are available to reward companies who stayed open during the challenging time. Now, this is not a loan, and you do not have to pay it back. Your hard work to stay open could qualify you for up to $26,000 per employee at covidpayment.com. You heard that correct, up to $26,000 per employee. This program is complicated, but nobody knows more about it than the tax experts at covidpayment.com. You pay nothing up front. They do all the work and share a percentage of the cash they get you. Businesses of all types, including nonprofits and churches, can qualify. including those who took PPP loans. If you have 5 or more employees, let COVIDpayment.com help get you up to $26,000 per employee. Visit COVIDpayment.com. That's COVIDpayment.com. COVIDpayment.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, I touched on a couple of charities last evening. How about another? The holiday season will be a bit brighter for kids in Wisconsin and Minnesota thanks to the charitable efforts of one trucking company. Now in its 14th year, the Truckers for Tots campaign, yes, Truckers for Tots, aims to create joy for every child around Christmas. Yeah, that goal a little bit easier after raising over $65,000 for this holiday season. Midstate Truck Service, the company behind this annual drive out of Wisconsin, a full-service truck dealership that serves Wisconsin and Minnesota. The second-generation family-owned business has 8 locations in those states. The marketing and branding specialist at Midstate Truck Service said the annual drive resonates with many this time of year. I think it kind of hits home with most people when you think about providing a gift for a child to open on Christmas that otherwise may not have one. This year's donation total, a new record for Truckers for Tots. Previous record, 55,000, was set just last year, so 10,000 greater this year. Getting a little bigger every year. Each year it seems that a few more people hear about the campaign and why we do it, and they want to help out. So there you go. All the donations raised go to purchasing toys for the Marines Toys for Tots program. All familiar with the Toys for Tots. But $65,000 raised by the Truckers for Tots. So tip of the hat there. Philip checks in from Florida. Good morning.
Morning, Steve. How you doing, buddy?
Hanging with them.
Everything going? Hey, that rocket for Wallop's going to be tonight, buddy. I think around 6 o'clock. What the schedule was saying. I looked at earlier.
Horse Feathers asked about that earlier. They've already postponed today, and now it's going to be sometime in January.
Okay. Yeah, maybe it's because of the weather.
They said
between the cold and
the upper level winds. It's the upper level winds that shut it down Sunday and Monday, and they already said the forecast. They already know it's going to be too much upper level wind today. And then apparently, I guess after today, some sort of flight restrictions go in place for the holidays because there's going to be so much air traffic. So they can't launch during that. So it'll be sometime in January after the new year.
Oh, okay. Well, that's cool. Like, I'm glad they're doing safety on the range. But yeah, that rocket there is a little bitty one. It's not nothing big. But I was thinking about what we talked about yesterday about the space station and the leak on the coolant on the Soyuz capsule.
Yeah.
And they could let that thing go by fly it autonomously and put it in orbit and burn itself up. They had to do that. But I was thinking about trying it. How in the heck would you get that second craft up there? And like I said yesterday, Musk is the only one that can do that. So there's no other equation for it. Artemis, they couldn't use the Orion capsules for it. They couldn't get one together fast enough for that one.
Now, what about the docking capabilities? I mean, the Soyuz, I would assume, probably has a different docking mechanism versus what the SpaceX would have, wouldn't you think?
Well, they could. What they could do is they could take the SpaceX capsule that's up there right now, put that crew on it, release it, and then bring the other one in and go to where it's hooked up at.
Gotcha. Yeah.
That's what they can do. They've got multiple hookups on that space station to where, the Russians have their side. That's where all the Soyuz crafts are, and then the American side is where we have the SpaceX setup, and they also have the setup for the Orion there too that they tested. They've got the capability to do it. The American side is where the shuttle used to hook up at. And I don't know if it's true or not, but I had heard that they could actually hook 2 shuttles up on that thing. I don't think, that would never been done, but they could do it. But they give themselves a little bit of more credit with it. You get the supply ships up there. Do you hear about those launches every now and then with SpaceX? How they have the Dragon capsule that goes up and hooks up, Steve?
Right. Mm-hmm.
They use the same mechanism when they hook up one of those to it, same way with Soyuz, when they have a supply ship. That's the same entry point that they use when they take people up there and they dock up and hook up. I'm really surprised that they have never had one of those the ships that they used to use to transport the cargo ones. Why didn't they ever have one of those set up to where they could use it as an escape?
Right.
I don't know why they never did do that. The things they stay pressurized and everything. I do know that the cargo dragons, those come back, they do recover them. So when those come back, they recover, they bring back all their trash and all their other stuff that they have to have. There's stuff that has to come back down as far as scientific, experiments and stuff like that have to come back. That's how they bring them back.
Mm-hmm.
They bring them back on those cargo ones. They do it on the Soyuz too. When they do their supply, they bring them back. Just nobody hears about them splashing down or where they're going or how they pick them up. But it's gonna be interesting. I hope they don't have a leak on anything else, because if they get one leak on that thing, it's done. It's out. I'm really surprised they haven't done a EVA and go outside and check that thing out and see what's going on. That's something that surprised me with it. But so what's your feelings about the deal yesterday with the charges, Steve?
The recommendations?
Yeah, the recommendations.
Yeah, Alan Dershowitz, who is an anti-Trumper, said it's a worthless piece of paper. What is it? Jonathan Turley, the other constitutional expert, said it's virtually, it means nothing. It was a one-sided deal. Now, Dershowitz tried to make it sound like the Department of Justice should literally, throw it out and actually reprimand the committee for suggesting to them who they should prosecute, because it's not their job.
Yeah, I don't, I think it is worthless. I think it's just something that we're wasting more money on. When Trump was in office, we spent a lot of money on the impeachment stuff, all this stuff, when we could have been doing things. And I think it's diversions from what's really going on with the country. We got a lot of stuff going on with this country that we need to take care of, and they don't want to really admit it. I really don't think they really want to admit it, and we need to take care of it. I mean, economically, we're hemorrhaging right now, and we need to focus on that. And it's just not, they're not really, it's like just walking around it, and let's just raise interest rates, and let's do this, let's do that. We got to, I'm like, I don't understand it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, did you ever think that you would have a president, especially a Democrat president, that would make a decision against the union? And that decision was made with the rail deal, Steve. You think about the rail deal out there, those people got shafted, man.
Yeah.
They just want a day off if they're sick. I mean, come on. How many companies out here give sick days out? That's all they wanted. They didn't care about the money. All they cared about was, having some time off if they were sick and get paid for it. What's the deal? Instead, they voted against it, and it's going to be interesting. It's going to be really interesting when it comes down the pipe. And as Eagle said earlier, I think that situation down there at the border, that's going to be really ugly when that 42 thing goes away. So, but they never did, like Eagle said, they never did enact it. They never did use it. So what does it matter in some aspects, but it's just going to make the situation worse. But that's all I got today, buddy. You have a good one. Thanks, Steve.
All right. Good to hear from you. Thanks for checking in, Philip. All right. For over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing, whether it's boats, collectors' cars, generators, things that are going to be sitting around, anything that will be sitting around for an extended period of time with the gas in it. Sta-Bil storage keeps that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in the fuel system at the same time. So be sure to store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. It is 844-844-3388. I suppose tip of the hat would be in order. They announced the winner of the Transition Trucking Driving for Excellence Award. at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce last Friday. We kind of touched on the story last week that there were a total of 11 finalists that would be going into D.C. to find out who the winner was. Ashley Leva, a driver for Naomi Trucking, a U.S. Army veteran, was selected the winner. A distinguished veteran who spent nearly 16 years in the Army, graduating from the Transportation Training Program at Del Mar College, began running her late mother's trucking business, which she renamed Naomi Trucking in honor of her mother. Along with her brother, she was the first winner to be nominated by a National Association of Publicly Funded Truck Driving School, according to the Kenworth news release. Leva said, "This is certainly a very special moment. My mother inspired me to go into truck driving. She said truck driving made her feel like she was on top of the world. It's an honor to receive the Transition Trucking Award, to which, by the way, the prize a T680 Next Generation truck." And, of course, with all those outstanding nominated veterans and fellow truck drivers, thank you to Fastport, Hiring Our Heroes, and Kenworth for what you do to help veterans transition into the trucking industry. Yeah, they pretty much handed her the keys to the Kenworth T680 Next Generation truck at the ceremony there in Washington, D.C. So good luck in your endeavors as an owner-operator. Good morning, Pappy. Hey there.
What's going on, Steve? Looking at the weather app, man, and daggone it, I got to work Wednesday, Thursday. And it looks like come midnight Thursday, right, your Friday show, come midnight, about the time you come on the air, it looks like it's going to turn over to snow.
Okay.
And
so we're supposed to start as rain, right? And then I knew there was going to be a pretty rapid transition at some point.
Yeah, they're talking rain Thursday, sometime after midnight, turning to snow. And that's when the temperature is just going to bottom out. And they're talking a -3 degrees on Friday for a low. I think 0 for a low on Saturday with a high of 10 and 2 for a low on Sunday. So, yeah, man, it's a coming.
2 degrees Christmas morning.
Yes, sir. Man, on Saturday, them winds are going to be kicking too. So, man, I'm going to charge the batteries up tomorrow. Go out and get some more wood, bring it in, make sure I'm ready in case that power goes out. I'm glad I'm off the weekend.
See, I mean, I've been doing that whole debate thing. Should I get a kerosene heater? I got those suggestions about the guys talking about the propane things and whatnot, but yeah, I don't know. They got a decent sized propane kerosene heater for $159 there at Home Depot. I don't know. Think I should go invest in one of those just in case? Because they are talking. They're saying 50, 60 mile an hour wind. So, what do you think the prospect of losing power might be?
Well, what's the prospect if your power goes out, Steve, and you're sitting there saying, "God,
I should have got that damn heater."
Go up and get you a big 5-gallon jug of the blue can, right?
Exactly.
Like a gas can of the kerosene.
Now, I haven't seen our local prices. Horse Feathers somebody was telling me that like kerosene's like $7.99 a gallon or some astronomical price.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. I had it. I still got it buried in the garage somewhere, a kerosene heater. But I haven't used it in several years. I think last time I did use it, it got pretty daggone cold. And I kind of put it in the basement just to make sure the pipes don't freeze or something. Let it burn down there. But yeah, I would say, Steve, if you can afford it, go pick one up and get yourself a 5-gallon jug of kerosene fuel, man. Fill it up. Better safe than sorry. Man, I don't know if you've seen Tucker tonight, but they were showing a lot of videos, Steve, of all the illegals down there in Texas.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the video came from the airport, outside on the streets. And man, Steve, I mean, remember they were talking about when Trump was president and kids are being put into cages. And where's the outrage now, Steve? I mean, the video don't lie. Unlike the press secretary, like we said, Steve will look straight in that camera and lie straight to your faces.
Pay no attention to the video. Pay no attention.
Yeah. There are some people out there, Steve, that, what do you call them? When somebody just lies all the time. They could get caught red-handed, right? And they would still lie about it. Mm. No, I wasn't doing that. You're seeing things, Man, Steve, I tend to disagree about the committee issuing their referral to the Justice Department. I think this could be trouble for Trump. It was about a month or so ago I said I think he's going to get indicted. Remember me telling you that?
Well, so you got Merrick Garland. This is a guy that, I will predict there will be an investigation, there will be a committee, and recommending charges maybe against, Hunter Biden. I don't think Merrick Garland would actually pursue it. But, unlike what Dershowitz and Turley and what we're hearing about, that this is worthless, I wouldn't be surprised if Garland actually does go ahead and try to pursue charges.
Steve, look what they've done to this man without any evidence of anything. They don't need evidence, Steve. They spied on his campaign. They spied on his presidency. You got government law enforcement officers lying to a FISA court. They don't care, Steve. I'm telling you.
And this is not speculation or conspiracy theory. This is now borne out to be proven true, what you just said.
Yes, sir. Steve, when you take something to the grand jury, I mean, you can get an indictment on a hamburger. I mean, it's grand juries are they're all one-sided to begin with. When you go to a grand jury, it's the prosecutors that are presenting the probable cause and the elements of a crime. There are no defense attorneys in there. None. You follow me?
Yes, sir.
So all they have to do is go in and say, hey, we believe that the elements of this crime has been committed and so done it. And you got the grand jury, it's going to either indict or give a no bill.
Mm-hmm.
And where is this grand jury going to take place, Steve?
Oh, Washington, D.C., I would guess.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now, the only thing that might keep them from scratching their head and saying, do we really want to do this? Because there's going to be a trial. Now, he still wouldn't stand a chance on a jury trial in Washington, D.C. But during that trial, right, his attorneys are going to be able to come out and cross-examine all these people. And they might not want that to happen, just like the committee didn't want that to happen. So that could be the only thing that maybe they put the brakes on, because they don't want it to go to a trial where they'll be really made to look like buffoons. But I'm telling you, Steve, I don't think they care, man. They do not care. Lock this man up, put the cuffs on him, find him guilty, put him in a jail cell and lock the key. Throw away the key. They just don't care. But we'll see.
But we're all we're all about upholding the Constitution.
Yeah. Man, Steve, we're in trouble, man. You know, you got DHS, DOJ, FBI, everything that has come out that we have speculated, right?
Right.
Everything, even the World Health Organization, the CDC, Steve, what the heck happened to this country? And they want to talk about disinformation and misinformation. I mean, they threw more than a screwball, down home plate, Steve. We were misled by every department in Washington, D.C. Misled and lied to. And there's a lot of evidence that's been proven, Steve, that some of the stuff that Fauci and the CDC were coming out and saying, right?
Mm-hmm.
Proven false. I don't know if we can turn it around, man. I mean, I'm telling you, we're in deep, deep, deep trouble.
Well, I just got an email from Carl, one of our friends in Cedarville, I believe it is. Carl, the breaking big. Carrie Lake wins the right to bring the election fraud case to trial. The judge has dismissed or denied the motion to dismiss the case by Katie Hobbs. The trial will proceed Wednesday and Thursday of this week. That's pretty big.
Yes, sir. She filed, I'm wanting to say 10 lawsuits. And I believe the judge threw 8 of them out, but kept 2 of them. And one thing in Arizona, you don't have to prove fraud, right? All you have to prove is that there was election integrity, so to speak. You don't even have to prove that there was anybody behind it, even if it was just accidental, right?
Well, this is pretty big, but hold that thought. I got to get my news break here a little bit late.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Julio Flores. After a month-long trial and 9 days of deliberations, Los Angeles jurors on Monday found Harvey Weinstein guilty of the rape and sexual assault of just one of the 4 accusers he was charged with abusing. But the 3 guilty counts involving an Italian actor and model known as the trial as Jane Doe Number 1 still struck a major blow against a disgraced movie mogul and provided another Me Too movement of reckoning 5 years after he became a magnet for the movement. Weinstein, 70, who was 2 years into his 23-year sentence for the rape and sexual assault conviction in New York that is under appeal, could get up to 24 years in prison in California when he's sentenced. He was found guilty of rape, forced oral copulation, and another sexual misconduct count involving the woman who said he appeared uninvited at her hotel room door during a Los Angeles Film Festival in 2013. Cases can move forward against Alex Jones regarding the nearly $1.5 billion he's ordered to pay families of Sandy Hook victims over his conspiracy theories about the 2012 school massacre. A federal bankruptcy judge ruled Monday, but the families can't yet pursue collection efforts against the InfoWars hosts. Judge Christopher Lopez approved an order that attorneys for Jones, his media company, and the Sandy Hook families had all agreed to. The order lifts a stay that automatically halted the case when Jones filed for bankruptcy. Jones filed for Chapter 11 personal bankruptcy protection earlier this month in Texas, citing $1 billion to $10 billion in liabilities and $1 million to $10 million in assets. The American Civil Liberties Union of New Mexico and others are suing the city of Albuquerque to stop officials in the state's largest city from destroying homeless encampments and jailing and fining people who are living on the street. The lawsuit filed Monday accuses the city of violating the civil rights of what advocates describe as Albuquerque's most vulnerable population. The complaint blames the city's own policies for causing a housing shortage, along with escalating home prices that have put ownership out of reach and have resulted in more pressure on the rental market. This is USA.
MyPillow is excited to bring you their biggest bedding sale ever, just in time for Christmas. Get the Giza Dream bed sheets for as low as $29.98. A set of pillowcases only $9.98. Rejuvenate your bed with a MyPillow mattress topper for as low as $99.99. They also have blankets in a variety of sizes, colors, and styles. They even have blankets for your pets. Get duvets, quilts, down comforters, body pillows, bolster pillows, and so much more, all with the biggest discounts ever. They're also extending their money-back guarantee for Christmas until March 1st, 2023, making them the perfect gifts for your friends, your family, and everyone you know. So go to MyPillow.com and use promo code USA or call 800-951-8175 and you'll get huge discounts on all MyPillow bedding products, including the Giza Dream bed sheets for as low as $29.98. And get all your shopping done now while quantities last.
As flu season surges in the U.S., a purchase limit on children's pain and fever medication is being brought down at some major retailers across the country. Walgreens is limiting purchases online of 6 per online order for all over-the-county pediatric fever reducers, while recommending customers buying in-store check the website for inventory at certain locations. CVS is limiting purchases to a 2-product limit on all children's pain relief products. There is currently no widespread national shortage, which may mean supplies vary depending on location. Experts are blaming the early widespread arrival of flu cases in the U.S., along with other respiratory illnesses, for the increased demand for over-the-counter medication. The Democratic-controlled House Ways and Means Committee is expected to vote today on whether to publicly release years of Donald Trump's tax returns, which the former president has long tried to shield. Committee Chairman Richard Neal has kept a close hold on the panel's actions, including whether the panel will meet in a public or private session, and if lawmakers move forward with plans to release the returns, it's unclear how quickly that would happen. A suspected serial burglar was caught Monday while attempting to poach presents from actor Robert De Niro's Manhattan home. Officers have been tracking the thief amid a string of recent robberies and saw her bust into The Godfather and Goodfellas star's town home around 2:45 a.m. Monday. Inside, they found a 30-year-old woman in the living room attempting to remove property and arrested her. Police have not publicly identified her by name. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Technology lets you access a personal trainer from home, like on this exercise mirror.
Less talking, more squatting.
But to keep your hybrid workforce in shape, you need more than technology.
And kick. And jump.
You need PCs powered by Intel vPro, custom configured by CDW. Hardware-based security and remote management make it easy to protect and monitor PCs from anywhere.
Wait, don't turn me off.
Intel vPro makes secure remote management possible. CDW makes it powerful. Learn more at cdw.com/Intel Client.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense.
Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, we return on a Tuesday. As we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. It is a Tuesday, 20th day of December. Speaking of out west, we'll break down your cold, snowy, icy forecast as we head toward the Christmas weekend coming up. All right, and we've almost cleared out the lines. We'll get back and finish up with Pappy and clear lines at 844-844-3388. We left off, though, talking about, I guess, kind of a big breaking story. The Maricopa County Superior Court Judge, Peter Thompson, dismissing the defendant's motions to dismiss Kari Lake's historic election lawsuit. The trial will proceed with evidentiary hearings Wednesday and Thursday this week. Let's say the Gateway Pundit reported earlier that Kari Lake's attorneys gave an oral argument over the motions to dismiss the court, I guess yesterday morning. The outcome of the hearing, though, is huge, they say. This is the first time an election case has actually gone to trial since 2020. Kari Lake, I guess, was on Steve Bannon's War Room discussing the lawsuit. A whistleblower revealing in Lake's filing that hundreds of thousands of ballots had no chain of custody documentation, which is a massive violation of law. 25,000 ballots were added to Maricopa County's totals after Election Day with no explanation of why the number of remaining ballots could increase. Also, tens, if not hundreds of thousands of mail-in ballots with mismatched signatures were legally counted in violation of Arizona law. They're going to trial on the major chain of custody issue, which could overturn the election. The issues regarding fraudulent mail-in ballots and the signature verification, that I guess that was actually tossed by the judge. I'm looking at, from the actual lawsuit, Maricopa County officials permitted the counting of those tens of thousands of mail-in and drop-box ballots that they say did not satisfy signature verification requirements. So why the judge tossed that, I'm not exactly sure. The official election results certified by Secretary of State Katie Hobbs, who was Hobbs herself the contestant of Kari Lake. Now, the difference in votes between the two was 0.67%, which totaled about 17,100 and some odd votes out of more than well over 2.5 million votes that were cast in that election. So where it goes, I don't know, but they say polls in the state show an overwhelming number of people feel that this election cannot be trusted. 72% of voters, they say, do not believe the election could be trusted. That's kind of a wake-up call. So we shall see. All right, let me get back and I think rather interesting there, Pappy. We'll see where that goes.
Yeah, it's a big deal, Steve, no doubt. Man, when you talked about the signatures, right, there was like they got several depositions from people that there was at least 100,000 ballots that their signatures did not match, and lower election officials declined them ballots due to the signatures not matching. Somebody higher up in the chain came down
and said count them
and sent them through and said count them. So unfortunately, the judge threw that one out because we're talking 100,000, at least 100,000 ballots, with a difference of 17,000 in the votes.
Mm-hmm.
Steve, the good thing is I don't know if you caught it before you put me on hold. She does not have to prove misfeasance or malfeasance by the election board or any election officials, right? All she has to show is that voters were disenfranchised, that they were not able to vote or their votes didn't count.
Well, the election day was a pure debacle in that county with the printers and no ink
Yes,
and people being people waiting for hours and deciding I got to get back to work or whatever. Screw it.
That's her big stand here. She's got thousands of depositions from people that said we were not able to vote due to them machines being down. They covered up the numbers at first. They were saying, it was only a couple precincts where this happened. Well,
right.
Not quite, Steve. They were trying to hide that fact. And they were all in Republican, I don't want to say Republican-held areas of the county, right? But where they knew the majority, she was going to carry probably a lot of them jurisdictions there. Just so happens the machines go down. So, what the point is, she doesn't have to prove that there was intent, just that, in fact, the machines went down. It'd be as simple as you can say, hey, man, there was a tornado that came through and everybody couldn't vote because of this tornado. It was an act of God, or whatever. All she has to prove, they were not able to vote. So I think she's got a good leg to stand on here. So we'll see what happens. That'll really be interesting here. Wouldn't that be something?
Yes, sir.
So, all right, my man. I'll let you get on here and use Horse Feather's phrase. Let you talk to a more intelligent caller than me.
Have a good morning. Thank you very much. All right. So there you go. We've got clear lines at 844-844-3388. Flip over to the email bag. Hello to Wheelchair Dave this Tuesday morning. Merry Christmas, Dave. Steve, all your listeners should buy a jet boil. I've never heard of that, Dave. He said the jet boil will boil water in less than 90 seconds. This can be used for drinks, coffee, tea, or hot cocoa, almost for freeze-dried camping foods. I've had one for over 25 years. I use it several times a year, whether I'm camping out or if we have power outages. Always keep several gallons of water put away and, of course, some toilet paper. As far as a generator, I say LP tanks all the way. Minimum of 2, 20-pound grill tanks. Also, LP tanks with a heater head can be used for heat. All right. You do need to have a carbon dioxide alarm when using those. Have some extra batteries, extension cords for your generator. For about $1,500, you can get a 12,000-watt generator that'll power pretty much anything in your house. Just a few tips from your friend Wheelchair Dave. Oh, by the way, also have one of those mummy bags, one of those 0-degree sleeping bags on hand that can keep you warm. All right. Thank you for the advice there, Wheelchair Dave. How cold you looking to get down there in Lake Lanier, Georgia this week? All right, 'tis the season, right? Many of our listening friends have already started their Christmas vacation, if you'd have it that way, off between now and the new year. Of course, between now and the end of the week, many others will be making their final runs. Steve Summers will be wrapping things up Friday morning with our final show of the year. Yeah, the holiday season is filled with to-do lists, right? Yeah, one of those things on your list should be toward the top of your list, they say, is take care of your heart. Whether it's the stress, the cold weather, or falling out of good habits when it comes to eating, sleeping, and drinking. Heart attack rates spike as much as 40%, they tell us, between Christmas and New Year's. According to one cardiologist, chairman of preventive medicine at Northwestern University in Chicago. When we look across the year in terms of heart attack rates, what we see is fairly consistent rates week by week, with two exceptions. One is that there's a broad, shallow dip in the summer months, and two, there's a very short spike of 30-40% in the last couple of weeks of the year between Christmas and New Year's. You do not underestimate symptoms, he says. We have 2 kidneys, we have 2 lungs, but you have 1 heart and 1 brain. So it is much safer to err on the side of caution. If there's any doubt, get checked out in person. At best, hopefully, you're aborting a heart attack or stroke. Yeah. Time is heart muscle. Time is brain cells. So time is of the essence. The sooner you seek help in a situation, the sooner we can save your life or brain, he says. Yeah, family stress is a big issue for some people. Of course, our eating habits pretty much go to you-know-where in a handbasket for the holidays. Stresses, dealing with your in-laws, travel arrangements that may add stress, and that's probably going to be a big one this year, thanks to Mother Nature. You get knocked off your eating habits. You're not in your normal sleeping patterns. We tend to consume more alcohol. We're not pursuing our typical physical activity. And you may even get thrown off your medication schedule. Weather, of course, is another culprit when it comes to winter heart issues. When you breathe in cold air, it actually chills the blood in our lungs and causes constriction of blood vessels. The first blood vessels downstream from the lungs are the coronary arteries, which are particularly affected by cold weather. Cold weather activities like shoveling snow may be especially hazardous because we might overdo it. Plus, we're wearing extra layers, which could cause us to overheat. It's kind of like the maximum stress on the heart. So be aware, the classic heart attack symptoms in men, a heavy, crushing pressure in the middle of the chest, or a sudden, unexplained shortness of breath. Now, that's in men. Symptoms for women can be the same, but maybe a little more diffuse, such as experiencing just shortness of breath, or maybe just all of a sudden profound fatigue, sometimes dizziness or lightheadedness. Signs of a stroke to be remembered through the memory aid FAST, as they call it, F-A-S-T, which stands for face drooping, F, arm or leg weakness, A, speech difficulty, S, and T stands for time to call 911. Heart attack and stroke, the leading causes of death in the U.S. and around the world. Can be a bit stressful this time of year. It is 844-844-3388. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, last I checked, there's a reason you call a taxi or an Uber or a Lyft, or if you're going to be in a group, you might rent a limousine or the party bus. Primary reason is what? Yeah, I think most often because you want a designated driver. So you want to safely get from point A to point B. So if you're the driver of the party bus, you're the one that's not supposed to be drinking. Apparently that was the case last Friday evening. Alcohol and speed, both factors in the party bus crash in Virginia last week. Party bus crashing with the semi. A little after 1:30 in the morning this past Friday near Williamsburg, Virginia, that prompted a safety investigation by the National Transportation Safety Board in cooperation with state police. They say that agency will occasionally look into non-aviation related crashes if they have significant safety implications nationwide or involve the loss of numerous lives or generate high interest because of emerging technologies. Yeah, both vehicles were in the eastbound lanes of I-64 when The party bus, the passenger bus, merged into the tractor trailer's path. The vehicles colliding. 3 of the 23 bus passengers died. The bus driver and remaining passengers and truck driver all had non-life-threatening injuries, but victims, a 19-year-old, a 21, and a 25-year-old on the party bus. Virginia police now say, yes, charges are pending as we consult with the local prosecutor's office there in York County. Alcohol and speed were both factors in the accident. Oh, boy. Well, it very well may be the smartest man in the world. What's up, Doc?
Well, good morning, Steve. I'm out here riding through Chicago at the right time of the morning. No traffic.
Yeah. Doc, you shared plenty of posts over the weekend because you checked in Friday morning, and early on I saw you had a stack of chips, and there was a bunch of pink ones there, and I believe they said $1,000 on them. Is that correct?
That is correct, Steve. But the $1,000 chips were tournament chips. I was in a tournament with those.
Ah, so you buy in, and it's not like real money. It's kind of like Monopoly money.
No, you buy in, and they give you, it depends on which tournament you're in, $10,000, $20,000, $100,000. But it ain't money you can cash. It's just chips you play the tournament with.
Okay.
When you lose all your chips, you're out of the tournament. If you get everybody else's chips, you win the tournament.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Now, the red ones I posted, the ones with the solid red ones, those were real cheap. Those were $5 chips.
Okay. I couldn't see a dollar amount on them, but you had a bunch of them.
Well, yeah, I did have a bunch of them.
Uh-oh, wait a minute. I mean, at the end, you didn't have a bunch at the end? Uh-oh.
Well, after about the 15th Budweiser, I don't know what happened to them. And I didn't do too good on my smoking that night either. I smoked almost a half a pack.
I knew that was going to be, I told you that was going to be a challenge, Doc. You get a couple of beers, man. I know. Beer and cigarettes, they go hand in hand.
Yeah, it did. But you can't smoke at the poker table, which is a good thing. So I'd have to get up and go outside and smoke. You can't even smoke inside that casino.
Wow.
I was at. You got to go outside the door and in the cold and smoke. So I didn't do too bad, a half a pack all day. So that still wasn't too bad, I don't think. But I learned something the other day I didn't know. I hadn't seen Maniac's post in a while, so I went to his Facebook page and found out he died in September.
Yes, sure enough, he did.
I'd seen a post he'd made, I guess the day he died, he'd made one of his posts on there, and then, I don't know, do you know what happened? Did he die of his illness or what?
I'm assuming, yeah, I mean, because he had spent all those months in the hospital, and he went through this and that, and he had just got out of the hospital a couple of weeks ago, and of course he was going through the divorce, and he had just found a family that kind of took him in out on a farm somewhere, and boom. I'm assuming a heart attack, but hold that thought.
USA News Update. After a month-long trial and 9 days of deliberations, Los Angeles jurors on Monday found Harvey Weinstein guilty of the rape and the sexual assault of just one of the 4 accusers he was charged with abusing. But the 3 guilty counts involving an Italian actor and model known to the trial as Jane Doe #1 still struck a major blow against the disgraced movie mogul and provided another Me Too movement of reckoning 5 years after he had become a magnet for the movement. Weinstein, 70, who was 2 years into the 23-year sentence for the rape and a sexual assault conviction in New York that is under appeal, could get up to 24 years in prison in California when he's sentenced. The Packers are keeping their postseason hopes alive after beating the Rams 24-12 on Monday Night Football in Green Bay. Aaron Rodgers threw for 229 yards, 1 touchdown, and an interception in the victory. A.J. Dillon rushed for a pair of scores while Aaron Jones ran for 90 yards. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
I need 4 more of the biscuit carnitas, 2 burnt end platters, 3...
The kitchen at Kai's Barbecue is firing on all cylinders.
Greg, help me bring these to the pickup counter.
He needs food runners who can hit the ground quickly.
86 on the chicken and we're short-staffed. Let's pick it up.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you overwhelmed with credit card debt and unable to pay your bills? Has your income decreased or have you lost your job? At Credit Card of America, we offer a free, no-obligation consultation to learn how you can cut your payments by up to half and potentially lower your interest down to zero. Credit Card of America is an A-plus rated company that will work on your behalf. We've counseled over 1 million consumers struggling with debt just like you. Call now for a free, no-obligation consultation and learn how you can become debt-free. Call 800-291-3818. That's 800-291-3818.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, back at it. Thank you very much. Get back to the calls here. All right. Thanks for hanging in there, Doc. Yeah, I never saw an official word. I just assume as sudden as it was, I assume he had a heart attack.
Well, you know, he had that diabetes real bad and had both his legs amputated.
And that's part of what he was. I think he had a heart attack and he was hospitalized, and then he got some infection, and then they had to do another amputation above the knee because he had the right below the knee, and they had to take another 8 or 10 inches off. And yes, I mean, he went through a lot.
Oh, he did go through a lot. And you know, he made a couple of posts that he was wanting to go anywhere. A couple of times he was talking like that. So,
Yep. Yep.
I think with the pain he was in, and he really wanted to go. I think because he was about tired of it. But yeah, he went through a whole lot. But, yeah, I didn't know it, but I knew I hadn't seen none of his posts. And I,
So where's he been? Yeah, sure enough.
Yeah, so I went and looked to his page and found that out. You know, so I didn't know if you knew or not. I kind of figured you did, but I didn't know. But Steve got some news. Thomasina Turkey's out of the hospital, and she's hanging out with Lily the pig.
Lily the pig. Okay.
Yeah, Lily the pig. My daughter's got the pig named Lily, and so we letting Thomasina Turkey stay in her pen with her right now. But she is out of the hospital and doing fine. The pig and the turkey, they get along real good, Steve. It's it's a good thing that pig and turkey can get along.
How about that?
Because if not, I believe the pig might eat the turkey. But yeah, it was a fun weekend at the casino. Had a nice hotel right next to it. Company paid for the hotel, but yeah, I was doing real good, and I should have just got up and walked away. And, I didn't.
That's what gamblers do, Doc. Right?
Yeah. Well,
they don't walk away.
Yeah, I should have got up and walked away, but them Budweisers kept me at the table. So I got to quit drinking so many beers when I'm playing. But I don't know. One night in Mississippi down there, though, I drank about 30 or 40 beers.
Wow. Okay.
Come out $29 a head. I mean, $2,900 a head somehow. Yep. The next morning, I got up and counted money. I went, well, dang, I got $2,900 more than I went in there with. That was a good night.
And you didn't even know it. Wow.
Yeah, didn't even know I was that much. I knew I was ahead, but I didn't know how much. I mean, I remember cashing out and going to the room, went to bed. I didn't know how much you had. I was pretty happy about that.
That's a good night, Doc, no doubt.
Yeah. Some nights are good, some ain't. So that's just the way it goes.
So what is it you're hauling now? Was are you hauling milk? Is that correct? Are you hauling milk to make the cheese or what?
No, I'm hauling flour right now.
Flour, okay.
Flour they make biscuits with at Aunt Millie's. Got one more load after this one to do Wednesday morning, and Wednesday's the last day of doing this stuff. Then they shut it down after Christmas.
Okay.
So I guess Aunt Millie's has got enough flour to keep the bread going. I don't know, but that Hot Shot Secret, Steve. You know, I got that new diesel pickup I bought. That F-250. I bought the big pickup.
Yeah.
Super Duty. And I'm going to try that Hot Shot Secret EDT in the fuel, see how it does with it.
Yeah, and about this time of year, you might use that Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel treatment. Are you running up there where it's cold, aren't you?
Well, my big truck, yeah, but I'm talking about my pickup at home.
Okay, yeah, okay.
But I was going to try that. I don't think I need the Diesel Extreme in it, because that's just clear everything out. But I think I'm going to try that Everyday Diesel treat. Adds the cetane boost to it and all that, because I've been using the Ford Motorcraft additive. That's what Ford recommends, but it looks like the Hot Shot Secret has more cetane boost, because Ford, their additive only boosts the cetane 2 points. And the commercial that you got going there says that Hot Shot boosts it 7 points.
Yes, sir. It's the best in the biz. I mean, everything they make sure that there's nothing else out there that it's better than whatever else is on the shelf.
Well, I'm going to have to try that Everyday Diesel treat in my pickup, because it'd make a big difference probably. I'm going to see anyway, see if it improves the mileage. But it gets pretty good mileage anyway. Believe it or not, for a diesel pickup, I get 22 highway and 17 to 18 in the city, as it is. So, but it says it's capable of getting up to 26 on the highway. And that's pretty good for a big pickup like that.
Yeah, it is.
So I'm going to start, and that Hot Shot Everyday Diesel treat, I was noticing, treats 800 gallons.
Mm-hmm.
You know how long it would take me to go through 800 gallons or more after I drive that thing? So I bought it off last me a long time. So I'm going to give it a try next time I'm home. See how it works, and I'll give you a report on it.
Very good.
All right, Steve. Well, I'll holler at you later. Let me get on through the Windy City here.
All right. Thank you for checking in. And if I said Diesel Extreme, is that what I said? Because when he said everyday diesel treatment, I was talking the everyday diesel treatment with the winter defense, the anti-gel, because he's running up there in the cold country. So that's what he needs in the big truck. And with what we got coming later this week, a lot of, if you're going to be out there in Montana, check the label of what you're using. I mean, I do know that the everyday diesel treatment with winter defense is good up to 40 below zero with the correct treatment amount. You got the dose that's, say 2 ounces, whatever, for however many gallons. That gets you, that's good down to like 0 degrees. You double the treatment. You check the labels, make sure you're treated for those 40, maybe even 50 below actual air temperature they're talking, not wind chill. My. I'd venture there's going to be dozens and dozens of trucks stuck on the side of the road, gelled up, froze up. Wheelchair Dave, what's happening?
Well, it's good to hear from old Doc there. Years ago, I think old Doc used to boat out here on Lake Lanier every now and then. He might be able to talk about that. The last I remember, Doc was doing all the sand stuff, dropping all the sand at the fracking.
Yeah, that's when he was up there in Pennsylvania with Sugar Bear. That's going back a few years. Yes, sir?
Yeah, well, hey. So you've never heard of a jet boil?
No, sir.
Well, I think you'd be surprised on how many truckers probably have one sitting right next to them right there in the cab. You need to look one up. Type in the internet and look one up, jet boil. Mm-hmm. I've had one for years and years and years. It will boil water in 90 seconds, and I mean over 200 degrees, within 90 seconds. So the neat thing about it is, you can, for your coffees, your hot cocoa, you lose power in your house or whatever, you can use this and you'll have all your beverages, And you could use it for those freeze-dried foods, as well. I'm able to go 10 days here. I can go 10 days because I've had to do it before. 10 days off the grid, no power, no nothing. And, it's from a hurricane, hitting us, or an ice storm. We've had a lot of those troubles as well over the years. But you have not bought you a generator yet, huh?
Yeah, no, sir. No, sir.
Well, did you start looking at them and decide any which way you wanted to lean on those things?
Pappy had sent me links when we were talking about it. I think that was like Friday morning or something. He sent me links to several of them. I think he had one that was, I believe it was a 1,200 watt for right at $700, I think it was, which that seemed pretty affordable.
Oh, you can get much better than that. You could do much better than that. Well, first of all, 1,200 watts is hardly nothing. Okay, you would be surprised that 1,200 watts won't even cook. You could plug your coffee pot in and it won't run your coffee pot, or it won't run your hair dryer or any of that stuff. So 1,200 watts is not a lot. You really want to start. For about $1,500, man, you can get you a nice generator like 12,000 watts. 10,000, 12,000 watts for about $1,500. But I suggest you go on LP gas on that, instead of gasoline. You can go dual, the gasoline or LP gas. LP gas is a lot cleaner. You don't have to have gas cans around. Mostly everybody's got grills, got a grill out there, so everybody's got 20-pound tanks, out there on your grill when you grill. You can use those. Now, you were talking about kerosene, going and buying a kerosene heater, but, man, don't those have a really funky smell to them?
Yeah, they do. Yeah, produce the burning the kerosene. They definitely, it'll make the house smell.
Well, I remember years ago when I lived in Ohio, there in Columbus, I had a 500-gallon heating oil tank, and they used to have to come out and fill that up. Even that had a smell to it, and it was off the house, it was like a third building off the house where you ran pipes and all that stuff out to it and whatnot. But we got away from that, years ago. But most of the stuff I do is all electricity, use mostly electric for everything.
Mm-hmm.
But, make sure it's going to get cold. It's going to get real cold. And I tell you, concern is these people down at the airport that leave their cars down at the airport and travel off. They might come back over the weekend and have a cracked block because they don't have enough antifreeze in their block down here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, where we live in Georgia, Florida, and all that stuff, we don't think about antifreeze too much or getting cold. Most people just use 50-50, but even that is not going to get you through 5 days of 0 degree, weather. Your block will freeze up.
Yes, sir.
But, I just wanted to call in, make sure everybody, if they're going to be without electricity and stuff, check out one of those Jet Boys, Steve. They're about the size of a thermos. And, boy, I tell you what, I can't live without one, to be honest with you. It's helped me through many, many trips and emergencies and things of that nature. But, anyhow, I'm talking about old Maverick there. Yeah, God, I remember all that stuff. But, everybody have a Merry Christmas, and thanks for taking my call.
All right, thanks for checking in there, Wheelchair Dave. I pulled up if I said 1,200 watts, I guess I was way. He sent me several. Of course, the price ranges. He sent me. I guess the one he got it's a Predator. It's 9,500 watt. Now he said it's about $2,300. Then we had one that was a tad smaller. Let's see, 8750 watt. I think that's about $1,200. Then I guess the smallest version he sent me a link to was the 6,500 max starting watts, 5,500 running watts. That priced in a little under $700. They were all Predator models, but. All right, 12 before the hour, Big Sexy. I see your forecast is cold, and snow as well. Got you coming up here, and, of course, after which clear lines at 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS, or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
So I got your breakdown from the National Weather Service there from out of Jonesboro, Arkansas. All right, here we are, Tuesday. Not bad, right? 43, 44 for Wednesday. Hey, 47 for a high there Thursday. What time's that going to be? Like at the midnight hour or something? Jonesboro's forecast, 47 degrees for the Thursday high. 2 degrees. 2 degrees Thursday night into Friday morning. And then warming up to a whopping 14 for a high Friday. 8 degrees Friday night. Your Christmas Eve high, 22, back to 13. So you wake up there Christmas morning, 13 degrees, with a forecast high of 25. You're going to freeze your ass off for a few days.
Yeah, and I'm going to be out here working in it, too.
Oh, boy, oh, boy. Now, and then, of course, you said they're saying that rain's going to change to snow Thursday night. Are they predicting accumulation numbers yet? Are they saying what they think? A couple inches?
Maybe a couple inches to the north of Jonesboro and an inch or less south, of Jonesboro.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, I'm not looking forward to that because Christmas falls on Sunday this year, so we will run all week. We'll run Saturday morning, so it's going to be cold out here delivering these papers at night.
Yes, sir. Wow. Nah, that ain't no fun, is it?
No. Of course, that's just a few days there. That's not as bad as it was. It wasn't last year. It was the year before last. Last year we done home delivery when we had those 3 back-to-back first week of February, and it was single digits for like 2 or 3 days there and driving around with the window down.
At least you're not having to do the driving around with the window down anymore, because you just have to get out here and there at the post office and stuff, right?
Yeah, I have to get out of a few stores, post office. A lot of the Dollar Generals, they're closed at night. I can just drive by and roll the window down, throw the bundle up there, and roll the window back up.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not as bad as it was back when we were doing home delivery, where you had to go 5 or 6 houses on one street. but yeah, I'm not looking forward to that. I heard you saying earlier that Eskimo mom's got COVID.
Yeah, that's the email she sent earlier.
And I didn't listen to last night's show. Sean was telling me earlier that Tex is sick.
Yeah, Tex. I guess he had the kids and the grandkids up over the weekend,
mm-hmm.
and he said the kids left him a good old case of the flu.
If he had that checked, make sure it's the flu and not the COVID.
That's what I recommended to him when I shared his message last night. I said, do the COVID test and then get the flu test, and if it is the flu, get it. Because if he just got sick, I said, get to the doctor or get that flu test and get that Tamiflu.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just went through the flu myself.
Now, did you do the Tamiflu thing or just ride it out, let nature take its course?
It wasn't a Tamiflu. It was a Quercetin or something like that. My sister got it for me because of the high blood pressure and my diabetes and all that. It was stuff that worked good with it.
Huh.
That and the Mucinex.
Yep.
But I'm still little bit of sinus problems every now, blowing my nose quite a bit, but other than that, I'm not stopped up like I was and all that stuff. I can breathe. But, and it never got me down to where I wasn't working, Of course, back last year and earlier this year in July when I had the COVID, I never was real bad off, just sinuses and fever bouncing around and a cough. But yeah, I thought I'd give you a call. I hadn't talked to you in a few days, and that's all I really had for you. I'll let you. Oh, one other thing. Last week, did you see that email I sent you about a cop in Northwest Arkansas got killed on that Race Across America deal?
Yes, yeah, I did. I did share that story last night. That's sad. Yeah,
Okay.
the motorcycle cop. Yeah.
Yeah, he hit a curb, and then I guess it threw him into a Walmart truck, and he died.
Yeah.
But, all right, well, I'll let you see if you can find a not as intelligent caller out there.
Okay, well, see what we can do. Thanks for checking in, and find a way to stay warm. You're going to need it.
All right, I'll talk to you again this week.
All right, have a good night. Can you imagine going from 47 Thursday, 47, which that ain't bad, right? 2 later on that evening, 2 during the overnight. Big time drop in temperatures. All right, real quick, like those in the Northwest, you've seen your fair share of storms as of late. The trend's going to continue. The unsettled wintry weather. Yeah, right now, just offshore in the Pacific, being propelled eastward by a especially strong jet stream. By later today, Tuesday, this storm's going to quickly slide into the coast, bringing with it a variety of hazards. Substantial snow should arrive by later Tuesday afternoon and evening. Tuesday through Tuesday night will probably be when the most intense periods of snow occur in the state of Washington. While this will be a quick-hitting storm, snow will become quite heavy at times, maybe over an inch per hour in many areas. Cascades and Olympic Mountains should record the heaviest totals, where we're talking maybe 1 to 2 feet over the higher elevations. Even the heavily traveled Snoqualmie and Stevens Passes, a foot of snow is likely. Look out in the passes there. Our number, 844-844-3388. Final hour ahead, it is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
At Hot Shot Secret, we listen to our customers. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm Nathan from Ellisville, Mississippi, and I drive a 2017 Ford F-350 Power Stroke. I've been using Hot Shot Secret EDT every tank for almost 3 years, and I've seen about 1.5 to 2 miles per gallon increase in fuel mileage.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook. Hey there, listening friends. I want to remind you, don't forget you can get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by simply using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
USA News. I'm Julio Flores. Lawmakers are racing to pass a spending package as government funding will be running dry Friday night. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer said negotiations are headed in the right direction, but Congress must wrap up the process before the end of the week.
Just as both parties cooperated on bipartisan achievements like CHIPS, gun safety, veterans benefits, respect for marriage, and so much more, let's finish this session by passing an omnibus by working together in good faith.
He said the spending package is critical in continuing to support Ukraine and implementing the recently passed CHIPS and Science Act and PACT Act. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell said the large funding package is necessary to increase defense spending.
Republicans are not going to let our Democratic colleagues demand extra left-wing goodies in exchange for doing their job and funding our troops.
It's a busy holiday travel week full of delays and cancellations for anyone trying to catch a flight. Much of this is blamed on a lack of pilots, which experts say has been years in the making. Terrence Fontaine at Texas Southern University says airlines have been expanding, but the supply of pilots hasn't kept up. The shortage is so bad that Frontier Airlines opened their own flight school. Governor Greg Abbott is demanding answers from the Texas Board of Pardons and Paroles and the Texas Department of Criminal Justice over 2 murders that were allegedly carried out by suspects on parole wearing ankle monitors. Nestor Hernandez allegedly shot and killed 2 nurses at a Dallas hospital in October. Zarek Jackson is accused of shooting a man at a Dallas area apartment complex last month. In the letter to the heads of the 2 agencies, Abbott says he wants a full report on both instances by January 4th. 2 cases that consider if social media platforms could be held accountable for acts of terrorism highlight the U.S. Supreme Court's February calendar. The court will hear a case against Google and a case against Twitter, both in which plaintiffs claim the social media platforms are guilty of aiding and abetting terrorism. This is USA News.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. Not only is it open enrollment for a lot of people, it's also a time you can join Medishare and save even more than usual. And it's true, the typical family switching to Medishare saves $500 or more a month, which is obviously huge for a lot of people. But what's more, they like it. Medishare has double the customer satisfaction rate compared to health insurance. Double. There are 400,000 members. They've shared over $4 billion in medical bills. And it really is a great community, too. People encourage and pray for each other. And here's the thing. If you join Medishare Complete right now, they'll waive your new member fees and you'll save an additional 10% off all of 2023. That's right. No fee to join, 10% off every month of next year, but it's a very limited time offer. You have to sign up before December 31st. Great savings, great health care. Find out more. Call now. 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
Epic Games is expected to pay a record fine to the federal government over privacy violations. The North Carolina-based creator, known for the popular game Fortnite, has agreed to give $520 million to the Federal Trade Commission. It's in connection to complaints that the company violated children's privacy law and tricked young people into making unintended purchases. Under the settlement, Epic Games must adopt stricter privacy settings and refunds will be provided to Fortnite customers. The video game company says it accepted the agreement because it wants to be at the forefront of consumer protection. This is the biggest penalty ever issued by the FTC. President Biden is condemning a rise in anti-Semitism. At a Hanukkah reception at the White House Monday night, Biden said he recognized fear that the behavior was becoming too common.
I recognize your fear, your hurt, your worry that this violent venom is becoming too normal.
He added that he will not be silent, and neither will America. The Anti-Defamation League says anti-Semitic incidents of assault, harassment, and vandalism are up 34% from last year to the previous year, while also at the highest number since tracking started in 1979.
As your president, I want to make this clear. As my dad would say, and many of you have said, silence is complicity. We must not remain silent. But I made no bones about it from the very beginning. I will not be silent. America will not be silent.
I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
I was 53, divorced, and ready to get back out there. I was unsure about dating sites, but I signed up for Silver Singles and quickly met Lily.
Mark and Lily rediscovered the romance they deserve on Silver Singles, the secure dating site for 50-plus singles who know what they want.
Lily's a lover of the great outdoors like me, and we instantly connected over it.
If you're like Mark and want to rediscover that feeling, sign up today at silversingles.com/chat. That's silversingles.com/chat.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
EDT Plus Winter Defense is scientifically proven to prevent fuel gelling and icing, reduce the fuel line freeze-ups down to minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit, improve cold starts, increase diesel fuel lubricity, and increase cetane for more power and better fuel economy. Improve performance and protect your truck from failure in cold temperatures with Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Man, oh man, I was looking at the chart for how fast can you get frostbite with the extreme temperatures that we're going to be seeing. Parts of Montana, North Dakota. I mean, these are the big-time extremes, but he said they're forecasting actual air temperatures, minus 40 to minus 50 degrees. Now, according to the chart, if it's minus 40 actual air temperature with a 5-mile-per-hour wind or just a light breeze, that makes it feel like minus 57. Frostbite can set in 7 minutes. Increase the winds a bit. Minus 40 air temperature, 15-mile-an-hour winds. Frostbite can occur in 5 minutes. 25-mile-an-hour winds. Frostbite can occur in 4 minutes. Now, if you're at minus 40 degrees and you got 40-mile-per-hour winds, I don't know if they're going to see those kind of winds or not, but according to the graphic, frostbite can occur is likely in 2 minutes with an air temperature of minus 40 and a wind speed of 40 miles per hour. Yeah, the prospect of getting frostbite is terrifying. Yeah, the images of blackened limbs, amputated fingers or toes. Most of us just kind of joke about it. Well, it's going to be super duper cold. And we don't have to worry about those kind of things. I mean, that's people that are scaling Mount Everest or people that live in Siberia, something they have to worry about. But here in the coming days, these are going to be the not-so-exceptional conditions to where frostbite can set in quickly and irreversible damage to your skin without you even realizing it in some cases. So that's where they share the graphic there. Yeah, baby, it's cold outside. If it's minus 40 and you've got a mere 20-mile-an-hour wind, yeah, that feels like minus 74 degrees. About if the actual air, if they do get to say minus 45 for an actual air temperature, yeah, with 20-mile-an-hour winds, it feels like minus 81. 40-mile-per-hour winds. It would feel like 91 below zero. I don't think they're going to see those kind of winds once again, but those actual air temperatures, it's downright concerning. Bundle up, people. Hello, Steve. What's going on this morning?
Hey, good morning, Steve. Do you remember that playoff game? I believe it was 1981 in Cincinnati against the San Diego Chargers. I believe it was 50 or 60 below zero with the wind chill.
I lived here.
Do you remember that game, Steve?
Oh, yeah. I was not at the game, but I lived here, and I was watching that game, and I remember it was the Freezer Bowl.
Yeah, that was one of the coldest games on record, besides the Ice Bowl in Green Bay. That was ridiculous. But, yeah, we're going to get spared from that cold, Steve. I'm looking at the AccuWeather for southern Georgia and northern Florida, and we're going to be in the 40s and 50s on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and the lows are going to be 24, 25 degrees in the morning. So that's not too bad, We'll get some frost, but not that bitter cold. Speaking of that bitter cold, I was looking at my forecast for Chicago. I think it was 18 below zero with the wind chill on Christmas Day. So, I don't know, Steve. They're talking 8 to 12 inches of snow on Thursday and Friday. I don't know how it's going to be flying in O'Hare on early Saturday morning. Might not get in. People are going to be scrambling to get out of that airport.
Yeah, the airline delays. If this all unfolds like the forecast says, man, air travel's going to be you talk about the proverbial nightmare. Because it sounds like the worst of the storm is going to be right there, Thursday, Friday, and that's probably two of the big travel days for people heading out for Christmas.
Yeah, and if they get a lot of snow up there, they can't keep up. They're probably going to shut the airport down with the winds and the snow and the ice and all that. And if that airport's shut down for a day and a half, it's going to be a nightmare on Saturday. I don't know what we're going to do. We're just going to play it by ear and see what happens. But tell you the truth, I really don't want to go. But my mom and dad are up there, and they can't travel anymore. So, but Steve, did you see that picture, that generator I sent you?
Yeah, I got that, and that's a pretty good one, huh?
Yeah, I just bought that one a few months back, and it was a really good deal at Lowe's, $12,500, and my house is 1,900 square feet, and it'll run my whole house, Steve. So here's what you got to do. I had an electrician put in a transfer switch with 10 breakers. So what they do is they just hook all that up to your panel box, and you can pick and choose what rooms you want. So you put your fridge on a breaker, you put your master bedroom, your master bath, and so forth. My hot water heater is electric, so that's on there. And then what you do is, when the power goes out, you just plug in this 30-amp cord into the plug. You wheel that generator out in the driveway, and you with your propane, and you kick it on, and you got everything you need, Steve. Because otherwise you got to run extension cords everywhere, and that's a pain in the butt.
Right.
So here you got one plug, and it runs everything you want it to run. The only thing it won't run is my AC, which I really don't care about, and the furnace. But here's the thing: you can buy like a portable heater and air conditioner that you can actually wheel around the house. They sell them at Home Depot, Lowe's, so forth. But you can plug that into a regular 110 outlet, and your generator will run that. So if you want to cool off the master bedroom while you're sleeping, or heat the master bedroom while you're sleeping, you can roll that thing around in different rooms. Bring it out to the living room or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe they're about $300. So that would be a good investment. And I'm thinking about getting one of those because obviously, with the AC and the furnace is 220, that generator will not handle it. I'm almost at the edge right now, but it's a lot less expensive to go that route, Steve, because I looked at those Generacs, man, and they were like, with install and everything, they were like $12,000. For those whole home generators that are outside.
Right.
But they're very pricey. And then what I did was, instead of using those 20-pound tanks, which you can use, I bought a 100-pound cylinder at Tractor Supply for $200, and I get that thing filled up, and I got about, I don't know what's in there, 85 pounds of propane, something like that. So that'll last a long time, and that propane burns really good, and you run out of propane, you can always throw some gas in there too because it's dual fuel. But it's a good generator. I've started it up probably about 6-7 times, and it runs like a champ. So and it's cost effective. Steve, did you see? Remember? Go ahead.
I said that would be more in my price range, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, and if you got an electrician buddy that'll hook that thing up for you, it's I was watching the guy. It's really not that difficult. They just wire it all to the panel box and they mount it right on the garage wall. And I got it right by the garage door, so when I open the door, my plug's right there. And it works great. Remember last week, Steve, we were talking about that the JFK files.
Absolutely.
Well, Tucker Carlson was on. I think it was Monday night, and he dropped a couple of bombshells about the CIA. They redacted a bunch of stuff in some of those files on what the CIA was doing during that time, and there's a bunch of stuff that's redacted. But I sent you the article, and it's interesting what Robert F. Kennedy Jr. said, JFK's nephew, about that whole deal. They call it what, a coup d'etat?
Coup d'etat, yeah.
Where they forcibly removes a leader to take over the government.
Mm-hmm.
And that's exactly what he called it, what the CIA did. So, and this is JFK's nephew. I mean, you got to imagine he's been chomping at the bit for years to find out what the heck happened. But pretty interesting what Tucker was saying on his show the other night. But anyway, just wanted to check in. If I don't talk to you this week, Steve, I wish you and your family Merry Christmas. Enjoy your time off. Have a great New Year. And get that generator, Steve. We'll talk to you, buddy.
Better safe than sorry, as they say. All right. Thank you very much. Yeah, he mentioned the Freezer Bowl. I remember very well. 1982, the Freezer Bowl, AFC Championship game between the Chargers and the Bengals at Riverfront Stadium at the time. The announcers were Dick Enberg and Merlin Olsen. A game that was ultimately won by the Bengals, 27-7, but played in the coldest temperature in NFL history in terms of wind chill. The air temperature was -9 that day. Wind chill factored in. Sustained wind, 27 miles per hour. So the wind chill had it feeling like -59 degrees. At least under the calculation method that they used at the time. I don't know if that's changed over the years or whatever, but yeah, that's a cold one. Yeah, the game was one of the few in NFL history in which the same team kicked off to begin both halves. Cincinnati won the toss, and instead of receiving, elected to have the brutally cold wind at their backs to start the game, believing it would neutralize San Diego's passing game and help them build an early lead. That strategy paid off. Cincinnati built a 10-0 lead in the first quarter. San Diego would score their only touchdown in the second, but gave up another score to the Bengals. They were trailing 17-7 at the half. Accordingly, San Diego used their option at the beginning of the second half to receive the kickoff, resulting in Cincinnati kicking off to begin both halves and in the same direction both times, using their second half option to again begin the half with the wind at their backs. All right, about 19 past the hour. And plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Well, in L.A., they say it was a celebrity that passed away, but not your typical kind. This was actually a cougar. No, not a female. An actual cougar whose image and story were used to campaign for a wildlife crossing over Highway 101. Ironically, this cougar died apparently after being hit by a car, no less. The cougar was known as P22. P as in Paul 22. It lived in Griffith Park for years. It was said to have killed a pet Chihuahua dog and have been acting erratically, found in a backyard by the National Park Service and taken in for evaluation. And I guess having been hit by a car, that's why it was acting erratically, had to be euthanized over the weekend. But it was the LA Times that introduced the world to the cougar. National Geographic published a feature on her. After that, she became something of a celebrity there. Los Angeles City Council proclaimed October the 22nd as P22 Day. But this cougar became the focus of a campaign to build a crossover bridge for wildlife over Highway 101. There was actually a groundbreaking for that bridge back in April this year. The Liberty Canyon Wildlife Crossing will ultimately, when it's done, because it's not yet, will span 8 lanes of highway plus 2 exit lanes. 200 feet long, 165 feet wide. It will connect the Simi Hills and the Santa Monica Mountains National Recreation Area. But it's not expected to be completed till sometime in 2025. And I guess they're saying now that this is a prime example of why we need the wildlife crossing. Because P22 may not have been killed had that wildlife crossing been there. All right, 24 past the hour. It's 844-844-3388. See who we got here. Is it Ron? Is that correct? Hello, Ron. Do we have Ron? I guess we don't have Ron. All right, so I think the screener said something about he was trying to get the show on the phone, trying to get YouTube, trying to get Facebook. Can't get it, he said. Well, we're not on YouTube, but yeah, we are on Facebook. That's up and running. Your smartphone. Yeah, let me break it down for you. If you have an iPhone or an Android, whatever the case is, go to your respective app store. Is that the iPhone store? Google, it's on the Android. It's the Google Play Store, I believe. Yeah, you simply type in overnightdriveradio.com. You need to put the .com on there, overnightdriveradio.com. And that'll download the free app, and it'll be pretty much as simple as you push a button, and we'll be there. And there's hundreds of such listeners as we speak doing that. All right, so what do we got? A couple minutes before we hit our bottom of the hour news break, and we'll come back with more at 844-844-3388. You know, more and more people have purchased the Ring cameras, as they're known. Ring, or we've actually got a Ring camera on the Home 20, and my wife got a special deal online for, I think they're called the Blink cameras. She got like a set of 5 of them for, I think it was less than $200. It's kind of amazing to me. The Blink cameras that we put up have been up for like a year now, and we've never had to take the camera down to charge the batteries. What's the difference with the Ring and the Blink? Because the Ring camera, got to take that thing off the wall and bring it in to charge it. You see, like every couple weeks. Again, the Blink camera's been up over a year and haven't had to charge them once. Yeah, but I digress. 2 men have been charged with illegally gaining access to Ring home security cameras around the country. And these could have killed people. In a series of swatting schemes. Swatting, as they call it. When you notify police that there's something illegal happening somewhere, so you can get the police to respond, but it's a fictitious call, swatting. They were using, they'd hack into your Ring camera, they'd notify police that you were doing something at your residence to get them to respond, and then they would actually live stream from your Ring camera to kind of broadcast the police response. Now, these weren't kids. When you reach 20 years old and 21 years old, you're not a kid. Grow up. But the one was a Wisconsin resident, the other from North Carolina, now charged with conspiracy to intentionally access computers without authorization. Swatting is typically a retaliation thing. Someone makes a false report to police to get first responders. Many times they're looking to get SWAT teams to come to your home. Well, Nelson is incarcerated in Kentucky right now for an unrelated case, according to the Justice Department. The other was just arrested last week in Arizona. But apparently they gained access to home security cameras all over the country from November the 7th through the 13th of 2020. Hacked into some Yahoo email account. This is a serious crime, they say. Bad actors using stolen customer credentials obtained from external non-Ring services to access other accounts. But it could have turned out deadly. They had made one call in, I believe it was West Virginia, making claims to law enforcement that there were victims in a home. Someone inside was shooting the place up, so those things have led to deadly consequences in the past. Let's get a news break as we hit bottom of the hour on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Harvey Weinstein is being found guilty of sexual assault in California. A jury in Los Angeles says the disgraced movie producer attacked a woman in the Los Angeles area. He was acquitted of charges related to the second accuser. As flu season surges in the U.S., a purchase limit on children's pain and fever medication is being brought down at some major retailers across the country. Walgreens is limiting purchases online of 6 per online order for all over-the-counter pediatric fever reducers, while recommending customers buying in-store check the website for inventory at certain locations. CVS is limiting purchases to 2-product limit on all children's pain relief products. There is currently no widespread national shortage, which may mean supplies vary depending on locations. Experts are blaming the early widespread arrival of flu cases in the U.S. along with other respiratory illnesses. I'm Julio Flores, USA News.
Paid for by government.com.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 50 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-888-201-7060, and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-888-201-7060. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-888-201-7060 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-888-201-7060.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Believe it or not, it won't be long, and we will be 1 year into the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And apparently, according to documents, just released, as many had suspected, Vladimir Putin had greatly miscalculated his invasion. Listen to this. Vladimir Putin planned for this invasion of Ukraine's capital city to take 13 hours. Yeah, not the 10-plus months or nearly a year now. Document from Russia's inner circle revealing Putin was so confident in his military, he believed Kyiv would be taken in less than a day. Obviously, after 10 months of conflict, it is clearly not the case. But it appears the initial plans for the warmonger showed no sign of even having reinforcements for the original invading force into the capital city. Didn't think they'd need them. Plans showed that troops would be on the edge of Kyiv at 2:55 p.m. after traveling 140 miles from their starting point at the Belarusian border. But rather than pushing through in the initially planned 13-hour window, Russian troops found their invasion plans decimated. The report read there were no forces or equipment or reinforcements on the way for those troops that were sent into Ukraine. Yeah, one of which spoke about the horrifying encounter he had 90 miles away from Kyiv. He said, in the first battle, the column was ambushed. I was wounded. For 24 hours, I was missing a leg, lying in a field, waiting for my unit to come get me. He said troops had been ordered to the outskirts of Ukraine just 13 hours after they crossed the border of Belarus, but we found ourselves nowhere close. It would appear Russian forces made it as far as Chernihiv, where the 30,000-strong force sent to the capital were fired on by Ukrainian troops that were armed with anti-tank weaponry. I mean, Russia had been so confident in their half-day war that allegedly they had actually sent National Guard and ordinary police under the assumption they would need them for crowd control after they took over the capital. One Ukrainian source said, our guys couldn't believe it. They were just picking them off as they were driving towards Kyiv. That's when we realized, hey, these Russians might not be so hard to beat after all. Guess just picking them off one after another after another. All right, back to Big Sexy. Yes, sir. Hello, Big Sexy. We got you. You know what? I'm looking up here. Looks like the phone's dropped. Again, they did it again. All right. So we'll have to dial things back up because we're not done quite yet, right? Host a show, start the show. Come on, phones, get on the board. And when we get things back up here, it's 844-844-3388. Meanwhile, okay, let's jump over to some of the email. What do we have here? Good morning, Steve, and the listeners out there. It's a good thing it's only a 4-day work week here in Columbus. According to our local weather folks, Friday is going to be the day to stay home. Well, let's get through this week first. That being said, let's head into town, warm up the old trash wagon, and see what this day brings us. Can't get finished if we don't get started. Everybody enjoy their day. All right. Thank you. Have a good morning. Hello to Truck and Phil. Good morning, Mr. Summers and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. Coffee up. Happy Taco Tuesday. We're at a mild 21 right now, going into the 30s today in Indiana, Ohio, Michigan. Single digits won't be here. Looks like till about Friday. Should be interesting. We'll see how this upcoming storm tracks. But for now, we're ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights and make that flip back. Have a great week, everybody. Only 5 days till Christmas. 12 days to the new year, 2023. All right, there's Truck and Phil. Philip sent me, that would be Truck and Phil, right? Yeah, Phil sent me the link from Fort Wayne. Yeah, what are you looking at there? All right, 37 for a high today. Wednesday, 35. Thursday, 39. Heat wave. Rain moves in, though. Look out. After 39 for a high, -3 Friday morning. Then a high of 33. I guess that's a high of 33, then down to 33 Friday night. I think the chart might be inverted. Because after you hit -3, then it's a high temperature of 7 on Saturday. Back to -1, a high of 6 for Christmas Day, and -3. Looks like Monday you warm up to a whopping 16 degrees, but you've got 4 consecutive nights of sub-zero temperatures. Brr. All right, try again here. Welcome back. All right, there you go. Got you this time, Big Sexy.
Yeah, you got me. Something's going on with the phones. I call and it say, where it says you can listen to the show while waiting. It's nothing, and then it hang up.
Okay.
And I had my playing on the app on my radio here in the car, and I heard you when you went to me, and about the time you did, it hung up again. So I don't know what's going on. The video door cameras you were talking about a while ago.
Yep.
I've got a Ring on my door. I don't have to charge mine that often. You can go in there and adjust the settings on the sensitivity, how far out it'll reach, and how long it'll record each time and all that. That helps save that battery life.
I think my wife said it. I think she's got it set to record for like 30 seconds, and it's not like every time something moves or whatever. Like,
yeah,
I guess it'll pause a few minutes between activity or whatever. But
right,
seems like
mine's got modes. I can set it to where like cars going down the road. I can set it where it's not sensitive enough to catch them, but would catch stuff right in front of the door.
Mm-hmm.
But also, I've got on mine. I've got a little transformer that plugs into the electrical outlet just inside, 2 wires that run onto the back of the camera that keeps it fully charged. I don't ever have to take it off. But they also make ones that you can hook up do it off the solar powered, or you can even use if you got a doorbell, you can use your doorbell lead wires to charge it. Replace the doorbell with it.
I didn't realize that. Yeah, I mean, we've got I guess it's an adapter just like a smartphone has in the back of it or whatever, that I have to bring it in and charge it.
Right. There should, when you bring it in where you plug it up and charge it, there should be 2 little screws there where you can attach wires to keep it charged up too, to where you don't have to do that all the time. That helps the battery on them. Plus, it depends on. There's also those Ring cameras have that deal where they share with the neighbors the Wi-Fi and stuff. You can turn that stuff off in there. That'll help too.
Okay.
But yeah, I didn't know if you were aware of all that.
Well,
but there's a lot of adjustments you can make on it to help that battery life.
Well, you know me.
I charge my
Mr. Tech guy, not. So yeah, like I said, the wife set most of that stuff up. So I have no idea how she's got it.
Before I hooked that little transformer to mine, I was having to charge mine like twice a year, and then I hooked that transformer to it. And I've never charged it since then. It keeps it charged up, keeps power to it, and I've got it set to where it don't record vehicles going down the road, and you can also set it to where it don't record stuff blowing around out in the yard, but when it detects a human, or a person, a bigger object moving, it'll record it.
Gotcha.
But yeah, that's what I heard you talking about, those cameras. That's what I'm going to tell you on that. And I'll get out of here and let you, you only got about 15 minutes left. You may get a couple more callers in.
Yeah, round and third, headed for home, as the old saying was. Yeah, the old left-hander. Who else we got checking in here? Billy checking in several hours ago. But hello, Mr. Summers. freezing here in Wilson, North Carolina at 32 degrees. But Merry Christmas to you and all the overnight drive folks out there. Shorty on board. Steve, I went shopping with the missus over the weekend to get some food for Christmas. Going to be feeding about 25. I bought a case of 60 eggs. Lord have mercy, $22.77. 60 eggs, so 12, 24, 36, 40. I mean, 5 dozen eggs, $23. Someone was calling last week about the outrageous price of eggs right now. Remember when eggs were 50 cents a dozen? Sometimes on sale, 39 cents a dozen. I remember that. Hello from the Michigan Madman. I wish I could realize this racing is just virtual. But it's hard to realize when you're racing against big names in the racing world. Yeah, it's not the real thing, Michigan Madman. That's why it's virtual. Come on. Good morning, Steve and Kevin the Cat. Haven't heard the overnight drive song in a while. Yeah, that's a story in itself, but you're pretty much right. You're about Mike is on board. Hello to Tom Spielman. Good morning. R.I.P. Tom Browning, he says. Yeah, did I mention that? I don't think so this morning. Yeah, the former Cincinnati Reds player, Mr. Perfect, as he was known, passed away yesterday. Only report that I found that gave any explanation said apparently he was found deceased on his couch. Assuming he died of a heart attack there. Way too, 62, I believe, only 62 years old. Tom Browning, though, yeah, one of the good guys, they say, from Cincinnati Reds. All right, let's see, Brian. Good morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. Just wanted to wish everyone and their families a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year's. Praying for those that are feeling ill, Hillbilly Tex, and all the rest to get well soon. Let's see, Mike says, yeah, my 18-pack of eggs, $4.29. 1.5 dozen, $4.29. Holy crap. All right, we'll get, back to your calls just ahead. Scarecrow going to check in here on a Tuesday morning on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I actually saw the video, which some drivers were kind of saying it was heart-wrenching. How or why would you do such a thing? It's a video from a custom truck shop of an engine being purposefully dropped right on the hood of a 379 Peterbilt. You know, kind of like crushing the cab. Why? It looked like the truck was in perfectly good shape. It was shared last week by One of a Kind Customs, a shop located in Sigourney, Iowa, with the caption, Detroit engine swap complete for this 379. Less than 24 hours, that video had 350,000 plus views, and everyone felt that in their heart. Everyone within a 3,500-mile radius, said one commenter, every man felt that. Now, when the customer's credit declines for an engine swap, these are some of the comments. Someone else was joking. Yeah, why? Why? That Pete was beautiful, said another. So, yeah, the video itself let a lot of people confused. What's going on here? The CDL Life report said this appears to be part of a larger custom-built project that may actually show at the Mid-America Truck Show in 2023, which is just a few months away, so maybe we'll learn the rest of the story, as they say. Good morning, Scarecrow.
Yeah, it sounds like it might be a donor truck to a custom project coming up. What do you think?
Maybe.
Yeah. $4.29 for a dozen and a half eggs. That's a fairly respectable price in today's world there, Steve. Right now, the Quick Trip chain up our way, they're running, I think they're $3 a dozen, which is a very decent price. Our local grocery, they're $4.5 a dozen. So anyway, the poultry world is certainly out of control.
You know, my wife was telling me this past evening, she said, I got a place in order at Kroger, for our Christmas Day stuff, which we don't do the big meal thing. We normally do like the finger food, snacks and whatnot. And we do the hard salami with cream cheese. You roll them up. And she said, hard salami is $12.99 a pound.
Oh man, it's a different world.
I'm thinking back. I thought last year it was like either $7 or $8.99, but $12.99 a pound for hard salami.
Yeah, the only thing comparable I can think of, back when we were up in Alaska, you go to a deli. The cheapest thing in that deli was, I think, head cheese. That was $10 a pound. Anything else, salami or whatever, you're looking, 15, 16, 18 bucks a pound. And that was 5-6 years ago now. So, can't imagine where they're at right now. We've been hearing about this cold snap I can go back about 3 weeks and remember looking way forward on the Weather Channel app and see it coming. And you think about Christmas Eve in particular, Steve. You just dread having been someplace and having to pack up and think about getting in the car and driving home. And especially with this cold snap, coming the way it is now. But I was sitting on a cloud for a moment there, thinking, well, it's everybody else that's going to be freezing there. Took us off here come Christmas Eve. And my bride reminded me that, no, we're not hosting this year. So I guess Crow and company are going to be the ones with their hinders with icicles on them there. But it'll come to pass, But anyway, up until last evening, we hadn't heard anything about any snow coming up here. And then the local prognosticator, he says, 6 to 10 inches for us. I thought he said starting Wednesday night through Friday, but it may have shifted another day farther into the weekend, by now. But so I shared that with my youngest. He's down southwest of Milwaukee, a half hour or so. And he said, Dad, I haven't even had our snowblower out this year yet. And I said, is it prepped yet, kid? He says, well, it's prepped as well as it was when I put it away last winter. So,
hopefully with some Sta-Bil in it.
Shoot. So a couple minutes later, text came through. He shared whatever news source he has. He brought up the map for Milwaukee. They show a potential 18 inches of snow down there, with this storm coming through. And they're, like you've been saying, potential blizzard conditions coming with the wind and all. So, no, it's all like it's going to be a real white Christmas, I guess the only other thing interesting, that Robert De Niro story they shared, that break-in, it sounded like he woke up, this was last night too, that he was woken by the cops. Must have already been there. He must have had a security system or whatever. So they were escorting her out when he came down. And but the cops are well acquainted with her. They said this was her 16th contact with them just in the last year. Now, I don't know if that was 16 arrests for burglary or not, but that's the way I took it. My bride said she maybe should be looking for a little different profession if she can't pull it off any better than that. But that's the only thing I really had to share with you, Steve. I just wanted to chime in a little bit here and do my thing here. So appreciate you taking me on.
All right, and that's about enough to wrap things up. The models have been changing. With each passing run, who's going to see how much snow? I mean, right now they're showing, maybe 1 to 3 inches for western Kentucky, southern Indiana, southern Ohio. All that's subject to change. You get up there, like from Kansas City to Chicago, they're talking absolute blizzard conditions. Some places may see 2 feet of snow. We'll get a better handle on it and pass you the info when we come back at the midnight hour tonight.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. it's better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I